also because first we need to think about implementing a strong cybersecurity strategy with the participation of all stakeholders in its designs, besides asking, of course, for the support on other neighbor countries to gather best practices, because we believe we should maintain an open internet approach. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Eileen. And I take your key points on how to balance the data localization and the open internet, and what are the threats in the middle. And then next, I'm going to call Carlos Afonso for the IGF Brazil. I don't see Carlos. Sea, are you online? Perhaps if he has not been able to join yet, I can call the next speaker, and then we go back to Sea later. So next is Salianou Founi from Côte d'Ivoire, IGF. Salianou, Saliou, sorry if I'm not pronouncing correctly. Are you online with us? I cannot see everyone right now. So let me call, I will keep Carlos and Saliu for the last, for the bottom of the list. And then I call Mr. Ponsele Ileligi. I'm so sorry if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, from the IGF Gambia.
Yes, thank you very much, Raquel. Very good. For me, in looking at this particular discussion, we have to take into account that it indirectly focuses on the new initiative on digital cooperation, the roadmap on digital cooperation. All the 8 key action points are really linked to this. And we have to take a human-centric approach in dealing with this. That is, it has to be bottom-top. And when I mean bottom-top, it's not just coming down to the grassroots and saying, okay, for the sake of it, bottom-top, but the bottom-top approach is making use of our youth as catalysts to achieve this. Because overall, we are having a very younger population. In Africa, by the time we even talk of getting into the end of the Sustainable Development Goals, you discover that our population, over 60% of the African population, for example, which is about 1-point-something billion now, will be under the age of 35. So having that young, vibrant population, which are eager to do things, we have to realize the importance of this topic. And that is where I will stop for now before going further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ponsele, and a very good point. I think, of course, Pedro also agrees and has mentioned the power of the youth and how it's important to give them also autonomy and respect the self-determination. So next I have from IGF South Sudan, Kennedy Bolin and Adok Guy. I believe they are online. Could you open the mic and take the floor? I don't see they are online too, so we might be having some issues with the online participants. And let me see, the next one is also an online participant, Dustin Loop. Dustin, are you online with us? Can you open up the mic? Okay, so let me call another participant from the IGF Netherlands, Stephanie Tuwin. I think not here. Okay. So let me call one that I saw was online. And so Peter Koch from IGF Germany. Peter, are you with us? Yes. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank
Good
you,
morning.
Raquel. I cannot share my video, but
let me just ask here 1 second.
no, it
now
works.
You can.
Thank you so much. So yeah, thanks for the invitation, and let me reflect a bit on what we've been discussing. So on our in our meeting in September, actually we had a couple of action points that kind of relate to the questions here. First, I should probably say that when it comes to cooperation across countries, being in an EU member state, there's in most all the legislation and the cooperation, there's cross-country cooperation built in a way. But that doesn't necessarily make things easier. It also means that we usually have a multi-stage legislative process, things that are decided at the European level, and then go directly into force in the member states, or go to the national legislator for implementation and or refinement. And the most prominent topics on the table for this are currently the NIS2, the Network Information Security Directive, and the Digital Services Act that regulates intermediaries and platforms most prominently. That just as an example. So we've been discussing digital sovereignty from two angles, I would say. One is the enabling part. So we had an example of open source in the administration to actually enable the national administrative entities to go back to a software repository and cooperate to reduce the dependencies of, say, external suppliers, and help each other to deal with or to serve the citizens, and cooperate on a more technical operational level. And the other prominent example that probably has been a couple of participants here have heard of is this European initiative called Gaia X, when it comes to a cloud service that is user-friendly, that is supposed to support the GDPR and the national, or say continental, sovereignty in a way. And maybe that is enough for the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, and a very comprehensive presentation. I like the structure also on this reducing and trying to balance, right? How to reduce the dependence with the foreign and external suppliers, and but also keeping up with the technology. So I cannot see more of the participants that were listed, and I'm so sorry if I'm skipping anyone. You can jump in at any time, but I think it's important that we start now the discussions and the debate. I see lots of people online. We do have our participants on site, and I would like to open up for some further comments. If you have from your national and regional initiatives, if this topic has surfaced and how it's being tackled. Is there any considerations? Please feel free to put in the chat also if you want to speak about it. We are restricting the video sharing just to avoid Zoom bombing, but
hello, can I?
Yes, of course, Mary, please go ahead.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are joining. This topic is of interest to us in Africa. Ponslet has already painted the picture of our young people, the population of young people in Africa, vibrant, and they are also unemployed. And we think that in Africa, when we did our school on internet governance with Frida, this topic came up strongly, that we need data sovereignty. Not only that, we need it for political reasons or economic reasons, no, more of economic reason, because we want our people, our children to be employed, or our young people to be employed. So we need to develop, host our data within our continent, and in that process, we'll create employment for our young people, and they will also help them to develop local content, and also that that data collection is within the African continent. That strongly people raise those issues during the School on Internet Governance. And also the fact that there's also the truth of the security issues that are involved as well, that our data could be vulnerable anywhere if we don't develop our own sovereignty in terms of hosting our data. So there are security issues, there are economic issues, and also there are social issues. And that's the intervention I'll give for now. And I can intervene again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. And I think you spark one of the key points, which are how to make this data sovereignty. I mean, Peter has the experience from the GDPR, which is precisely to bring this data closer to the user, to empower the user, but also to have all the other surrounding and the enabling environment that surrounds it, right? So it's about the infrastructure, it's about the socio-economical impact that needs to be in place, but also about the resources that needs to be in place, because once you bring that back, you need to have the proper infrastructure, but also the skills for the local content development. So thank you very much for sparkling this part of the discussion. And I have Nadia Tishana, who would like to bring some of the perspectives from the Youth Dig. Nadia, you can take the floor, and I'm going to ask technical support if you want to open up your video.
Good morning. Hello, this is Nadia Chechia. I'm based here in Bruges in Belgium. I am now a co-host, so I can share my video, but I just briefly wanted to tell you a little bit about the youth messages from that came out of Eurodig. So every year, the European Dialogue on Internet Governance has a youth program that happens right before, and young people come together to design youth messages, to present issues that are happening in their local communities that they wanted to raise to European stakeholders, but also to the wider communities. And one of the issues that they added to the agenda was digital self-determination and how incredibly important it is and their concerns about it. So I've now, well, I'm trying to add that to chat. I'm seemingly have a little bit of problem with Zoom this morning, but for them, they had a really interesting discussion about digital self-determination and what it would mean and how the future is going to look like in regards to this. They talk a little bit about bias and discriminatory views against specific countries and having a sense of that we need to protect the openness of what the internet needs to be. And they want to look at different types of tools that private and public bodies could use. And as well, digital literacy as a way to provide a confident approach for digital self-determination. So I hope that this will give you a little bit of insight about what youth are doing here and the kind of thoughts that youth are doing. And these were also brought into the Eurodig process itself. They had a session on digital self-determination. We talked about digital self-determination. They talked about digital sovereignty and some of the issues and points were then discussed with actors and policy makers. So this is something that we are very keen on supporting further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nacha, for also bringing us to this, to the difference also that is so important about digital sovereignty and digital self-determination. They are, of course, intertwined, but it's also important to bring this difference forward. I see the link that you sent with the youth Eurodig messages. So thank you very much in the chat. I'm looking if there are any other comments, and welcoming our Dhaka Bangladesh Hub to the session. We are now opening up the discussions. If anyone else wants to make a comment, otherwise I will bring some teaser questions perhaps for our speakers. Okay, so Dhaka Bangladesh, you want to take the floor? I'm going to ask just our technical support to open up your video.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
We can hear you at Dhaka, Bangladesh.
Yeah, hello everyone. Still we can't open our video.
Just 1 second. Can I ask technical support to open up the video for Remote Hub Dhaka, Bangladesh? Oh, it's now on. You can open up.
Thank you. We are audible and videoable also. Hello. Hello. We are so glad to be a part of this IGF 2021 Poland. It's a very great opportunity for Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum and the Remote Hub. Thank you so much, IGF. One of us now share our statement to the IGF.
Dhaka, Bangladesh, you've lost your video. If you can turn your camera on again. And we're glad to hear your statement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, it's okay. We will share our statement few minutes later. One of us is confused. Please pardon us.
Okay, no worries. I have in the queue Osvaldo. Osvaldo, hola, buen día.
Hello.
Osvaldo. You can take the floor. I think we are having some connectivity issues, perhaps. Osvaldo, I will keep you in the queue, and I'm going to call next Iki Chan Chin. I'm so sorry if I didn't pronounce it correctly. Would you like to take the floor, and then we go back to Osvaldo and the Dhaka Bangladesh Hub?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, mine is just a question. It's not. So yeah, I have a question actually for the host or the organizer of this panel. Actually, I'm just wondering because we had a previous discussion about digital sovereignty in many other platforms, even among the academics. I think there's a general agreement in many areas between the Europe approach and the Chinese approach, which is about the sovereignty. There is sovereignty, and the sovereignty can apply, the concept of national sovereignty can apply to cyberspace. But the major difference, distinction is between the European, China, and American approach. So basically, it's the American who has the other opinion, a stronger opinion, which against the application of the national sovereignty to cyberspace. So therefore, my question is, because I haven't heard any speaker from the national or regional internet governance talk about their position. So I wonder, is there any voice from America can share their view with us?
Thank you very much, Ikichin. We're waiting to have also our IGF USA connected. As soon as they are, perhaps they could share more on the inputs from their local discussions. But I would also open up after we go through all the questions, if anyone in the room or any of the speakers wanted to tackle, because I think it's important. I have Milton Miller here who wants to take the question. I'm just going to try, Milton, if you allow me, before you reply to Ikichin question, to see if we can hear from Osvaldo and then the Dakar, Bangladesh, sorry, hub. Osvaldo.
Yes, sorry. I will just say, I'll be brief. Just to say that in the implementation of internet exchange points is a kind of local network that strengthens sovereignty, no? But the fragmentation of networks, as is the case of the different countries that are implementing this kind of infrastructure of blockade, is not so good for internet, because the nature of this infrastructure is especially to interconnect in a global sphere, creating inclusion for everyone. And each country has their own contents, their own language, their own cultural behaviors that are represented in the network, giving us the opportunity not only to share our local values, but to share the global culture, is part of this network that is intended to promote knowledge, to promote best practices, and fragmenting it in a way that we cannot access or get out of the premises of our countries, limits the possibilities of this digital divide that we all are trying to implement. Another thing is that infrastructure, best practices, and standards are in a technical infrastructure, are above, are down in the bottom, just to support the interconnection between all of us. So when politics, geopolitics are mixed in the technical infrastructure, they create a confusion that most of the time create weakness in between all of us. So implementing internet exchange points is a way of creating some kind of sovereignty, because we all create local contents and attract international content providers to strengthen the interconnection. So that approach we are working on from Internet Society in Dominican Republic, to strengthen and to interconnect, but not to separate or fragment the network. I think other countries must consider their positions in order to create bridges, not separate among of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Osvaldo. Muchísimas gracias for your intervention. And Osvaldo speaks from Dominican Republic, and so Thank you very much also for raising another layer that is so important in this discussion, which is the geopolitics and the infrastructure, right? How when they are embedded in one into another, and what is the threats in this approach. I'm just going quickly to see if our Dhaka Bangladesh hub is ready to make the statement. Otherwise, we can. Yes, you are.
Thank you for the
Okay,
question.
go ahead.
As the question is, as we know, many of local government impose data protection, low expert and social media users. However, fear that it will be less about protection and more about intervention into user data. What about the opinion on this statement?
Thank you very much, Dhaka, Bangladesh. We do have then the question on local government imposing data protection social media to social media users. Okay, and the fear that it will be less about production and more about intervention into user data.
Exactly.
I take this question to the speakers. I will convene, so going back to the question from Iki Chin. Oh, I see Mary has the hands up. Can I go to Milton and then I open up for the replies? Milton, if you want to tackle Iki Chin question about the US approach and how this is, let's say, accommodating or not with the Chinese and the European perspectives.
Well, thank you, Raquel, for the ability to intervene here. And I appreciated the comments from the Umberto, was it? Yes, talking how you can have local diversity and so on without building borders and walls around your internet economy. So I think one reason I came into this session is because I see that it is continuing to propagate this confusion between digital sovereignty and self-determination. So, and this is something we addressed in our own session on Wednesday on digital sovereignty. We just tried to shoot that down completely. So sovereignty is a collective characteristic of a collective entity, the state, and it refers to their supreme authority. And fundamentally, sovereignty is about building walls or borders between your authority and other states' authority. And individual self-determination in the digital sphere is something completely different. It would mean maybe your state does not prevent you from seeing content from other countries, or maybe it does not allow you to buy the equipment or services that you want on the internet. So sovereignty, as the Chinese interpret it, means bordering the internet. There's just no way around that. And I just, whether you're in favor of that or not is not what I care about. Let's just have a clear dialogue and not confuse individual digital self-determination with a state sovereignty-based approach. Get the word sovereignty out of your vocabulary if you want to talk about digital self-determination, because it's completely opposed to state sovereignty.
Thank you very much for the clarification, Professor Milton Miller, and also for the opportunity to have this exchange between the NIR's perspective and the workshops and the sessions organized during the IGF. I think this is one of the goals for the IGF, to bring us together precisely to share those views and to have this opportunity to exchange and really build something going forward. So the remark to keep this difference that was made a little bit earlier too is very important in terms of distinguishing digital sovereignty and self-determination. Some of the speakers made this distinction, but I think it's important to highlight that. And I go next to my dear friend, Mary Uduma.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor again. And I like what Professor Milton has said to us. It clarified it better, because I was going to raise the issue of empowering the user when you come to digital sovereignty, and how the intermediaries are empowering the user to be able to manage and take control of your data and not make your data vulnerable or use it for other purposes. And in Nigeria, we have what we call NDPR, which is equivalent to or similar with the GDPR. And so, there are structures that are in place, and there are penalties already for violation of individual data privacy. And so I like the clarification, because the issue is that how can I have control over my data and not exposing myself to unwanted or taking my data to where I didn't want it to go to. So that's some of the things we want to do, or we are doing in Nigeria, because the NDPR specified how individuals can take care of their data, and when it's violated, what should be done. And there are structures on how to build capacities of data users to know that you know your right, that this is your right to use your data, this is your right to give out your data. And some are getting, but we have not gotten there. We're just still building capacity. So capacity building also is the key thing to be looked at when we come to personal data or empowerment of individual on use of data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. And I see Poncelet has also the hands up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Milton. I think what you just said and Mary's contribution is very key, because a lot of people look at digital sovereignty to want to be as if it's like a state with border and then digital, so it's very good the way you put it, but we have to understand that I think the Europeans, I'll give them credit for setting up the GDPR. And to me, the beginning of digital sovereignty starts with this general data protection regulation. You being able to determine what to do with your data. A good example is the right to be forgotten. And I think as much as possible, we should try to promote in all aspects of the globe the GDPR, the European Union standards of the GDPR. I know in Africa we have the Malabo Convention, which a lot of states, because of lack of understanding or lack of the will to endorse it and to rectify it, I think we have less than 10 countries that have done that. But when we are talking of this digital sovereignty, I think everything relates to the EU GDPR, because today, when I look at my European colleagues, whether it's old folks of my age or younger folks, they all know what it means being online and what it means for data protection to them. And I think when we look at digital sovereignty from that aspect, it will ease the fears of states that want to put the internet in a box, because once we don't define it well in the layman terms, as Professor Milton just did, we're in for a long ride. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poncelet. And I think we came to a point where we have perhaps two trends that are very interesting. One is an example where regulatory approaches at the local level, and then we are talking about sovereignty in the sense of the ultimate power of ruling, that is positive, which is the data protection one. So it's the ultimate goal of empowering the user, and how, well, capacities are also needs to be built and fostered within the policies, but we come with a more positive. And then we had the question also from Dhaka, Bangladesh, and some of the previous speakers who were bringing the threats for or the potential risks for this regulatory approach at the local level that could have an impact to the infrastructure. So there is a little bit of, I'm avoiding the good and the bad in terms of the moral sense, but there is this balance that needs to be taken into account that I think we can, I have Pedro. Pedro, you want to make a comment on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add something to what Professor Milton has said, and complementing what others have already added to the discussion, is that another kind of confusion that we must be careful to not fall into is that between cultural differences and governmental desires, because too many times governmental desires or governmental objectives, aims are presented as cultural differences, and this is presented more of a self-determination way, self-determination advancement, when it's in fact a digital sovereignty movement, a digital sovereignty act in the concepts that were presented to us by Professor Milton. And this is something that can be really stressful when we're talking about, because you can offend this part about cultural differences, but if it's something that a government is imposing through their own will, through their own desire, and it's bad for the population, we can't just talk about cultural difference. The example that I'm thinking of is the ongoing attempt to regulate content moderation there in Brazil, that the justification is about giving freedom of expression and self-determination to Brazilians in relation to social media, but it's actually something that there was a survey around the population. It's something that the Brazilian population simply doesn't want. But when you see the government trying to pass this bill or through another means, the provisional measure, for example, it's always based on something that we as a country, as a people, cannot just let others from the outside say what we can say and what we can't say. So something very important to keep in mind.
Thank you very much, Pedro. And I think you make an important point also on where we're talking about sovereignty and what we are talking about the so-called sovereignty. And it might be a tweak of more of demagogy speaking, but thank you very much. And I have online in the queue, Ikichin, you would like to come back?
Yeah, thank you. Just some comment, because we as academia, we have some sections on day 0, and it's a GigaNet conference symposium. So I would encourage some people who are interested in academic perspective to join us next year. It's on day 0. So sovereignty is a big issue, which has been studied academically from different authors from both Europe and China or Latin America. So basically, the data sovereignty have 2 aspects. One is we call the weak sovereignty, and the other one is called the strong sovereignty, data sovereignty. So when we talk of weak sovereignty, we talk about initiative led by the company is more like a personal protection of data privacy, So this is about how do we protect individual rights, data rights. This is a kind of the data sovereignty as well. For example, how do you protect your own data, or how do you protect you have more autonomy in using the digital tools? So this is just we mentioned, is a weaker theory of data sovereignty. And then we have a strong theory of data sovereignty, which means it's state-led strategies. For example, like something concerned national security, like data security, for example, if data, which is very sensitive data related to some secrecy, so how we handle those data. So this is a kind of other perspective about data sovereignty as well. So we call this a strong sovereignty, like national security, even at the EU level, they also have this concern, for example, for economical concern. That's why they have this X-Cloud project, which want to maintain the autonomy of the technology and as well their economical development. So this we call a strong sovereignty. So we have to be more nuances about how do we categorize, define, and understanding the sovereignty to some extent. And the other, so this is the first point I would like to make. And the second point about sovereignty actually is also about policy level, the public policy level and the infrastructure level. For example, when we talk about infrastructure like IPv6 or critical infrastructure like IPv6, DNAs, the domain name system, and I think that's a general agreement. Those things belong to the global public good, which means it's not subject to one nation to control it. So that's no one nation can control the domain system. Is subject to the management by the ICON, And of course, people argue ICON is also American based on America subject to the American jurisdiction, but up to now we haven't seen any bad case related to the independence of ICON so far. So this is so we can see the infrastructure level. We have some core, we call the public core, the core of the public infrastructure, which is not subject to the national sovereignty. But on the other hand, in terms of public policy level, for example, if in terms of content regulations or antitrust regulation or even over the resource regulation, so national country or national government has a jurisdiction over it. So that is what they talk about. National sovereignty is on that aspect. So the sovereignty has an international public good aspect as well as the public policy aspect. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your clarifications, Ike, and also for raising the discussions with another session, the GigaNet that happened the day zero. Yeah, and just as a parenthesis, GigaNet is the one that brought me to the first IGF in 2007 to present the paper on internet governance and the sovereignty principle. So I think this is still an issue, and I still don't have the answers. So, but let's. I'm going for the last intervention that I have in the queue, and then I'm going to wrap it up. We have only 10 minutes, and I want to give the speakers a chance to react to everything we've been hearing. And so let me call Kiwaku Antiwi. I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing this so badly.
That's fine. His name is Kweku Entry from Ghana, and thanks for the opportunity for this intervention and topic. I think one thing that when we're talking about data sovereignty and the essence of data policy, we tend to miss out one of the repositories of data. That is, like for Ghana, for example, where I'm speaking from, we have what we call the Statistical Service, and they are the repository of government data and any kind of data. And I like the intervention from GigaNet and the academia. I tend to wear different hats and tend to pick up from that in terms of data itself. And I think in collaborating and in moving these conversations forward, we need to be able to have that collaborative research approach, and in terms of the essence of people also contributing data, because what we tend to find a lot is that the absence of data and also persons being able to share their data for it to be utilized in a manner in which it's useful for all of us to benefit from becomes a problem. So I just like to raise a point, and thanks for the opportunity as we collaborate forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kyakuo. And let me then wrap it up by asking our speakers who shared in the beginning the pitches from their respective local initiatives. What do we do next? What is what we can do, and what is the call for action to action that you would recommend after hearing so many views? There are certainly synergies among the regions and the initiatives, and there are also different diverse views. So what would you propose going forward? I'm going to start with Pedro. Please go ahead.
Well, this, of course, isn't an easy answer, but I would just come back to what I said before. When we're talking about digital sovereignty and self-determination as a side part, I believe the most important thing right now is being able to make to differentiate what is state-oriented policy and what is actual self-determination, what is something that a way to see the internet that doesn't just reply the way that US values and in a somewhat manner European values are hardwired into the way we see the internet right now, the internet governance ecosystem. So being able to make this difference is and create regulation, making public policies upon that is probably the most important part of this discussion right now.
Thank you very much, Pedro. And next I have Aileen. Would you like to say what's next?
Thank you very much, Raquel, for giving me the floor. I will try to be very brief because my connection isn't great today. So about the way forward, I think about different investments from countries. I can tell a little bit about the example of the Argentina government, who received a loan from the World Bank. And this loan was key for the implementation of the modernization and innovation project of public services. And this loan allowed the implementation of government digital services across Argentina, the development of digital platforms, and the usage of data to foster the innovation of the provision of public services. Moreover, this loan of $80 million is focused mainly on the universalization of access to ICTs, the opening of 200 digital points, puntos digitales in Spanish, and the ampliation of the National Center of Data of ARSAT, ARSAT. And also, as I was saying previously, if this loan can also be dedicated to increase all the infrastructure, it could definitely help to improve the digital sovereignty of Argentina. And as youth, we believe these type of measures are essential to bring in more inclusive internet governance for our country. Thank you very much. Gracias and obrigado.
Gracias, Aileen, and thank you very much for your remarks. And also, I know it's very early in Argentina right now, so thank you very much for joining us in certain conditions. And then next I have Poncelet, if you want to tell us the way forward.
To me, the main thing in the way forward, we should make it have a human rights-centric approach when we are looking at digital sovereignty, because once we look at it from that dimension, and you look at the right for people to be able to express themselves however they feel, and we link it up to the digital cooperation roadmap in terms of digital inclusion, especially for the most vulnerable, I think we'll be having a good discussion, because a lot of things, when I look at digital sovereignty, people also fail to understand the need for it to have that human rights approach in doing things, that compassion, that need, that there are people still there that are millions that are still digitally excluded. And we cannot be talking about these subjects for people staying in big cities, forgetting that we have millions that have not even been able to see the benefits of the internet to their day-to-day lives. We have all seen what has happened during this pandemic. There are countries whereby children have not gone to school for a long time. Yesterday, we were having a session in the morning during the preliminary. My colleague from Uganda and friend, Sarah Kidin, was saying how long Uganda kids have been out of school. And that shouldn't be happening in the world we have today, you know. And I think when those things with a human rights-centric approach, we'll be able to address them. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Ponsele. And our final remarks from Peter. Peter, can you take the floor? What's next?
Yeah, thank you. Well, there's an easy response to that, and that is definitely continuing the discussion, but at the same time making it a bit more informed in a way that, excuse me, I appreciate all the remarks about confusion of language and so on and so forth, and I agree with these distinctions suggested. But on the other hand, this confusion is reflective of what is happening within the local or national communities and within politics and so on and so forth. So what is on us, I think, collectively and individually in the various NRIs to actually take up this confusion and try to dissect it a bit and address all of these important topics, make sure that we understand and we make other people understand where they are connected. Because of course there is a connection between the self-determination of an individual and the sovereignty of the state, as Milton and others have suggested. But it probably doesn't make sense to now at a progressing state of discussion to discuss this all together. So we have the state sovereignty aspects. We have this interesting question of whether or not there are boundaries on the internet, whether or not the focusing on data locality is important, or what data access regimes might how they might come into play. And this whole surveillance aspect that was touched upon, or the aspect that I think came from Bangladesh, where someone said that yes, states are imposing data protection, but in the end it is somehow about content regulation. That's also an interesting connection. That's something, and maybe quote quote being easy, we should go back to anybody who's proposing a session about data sovereignty and make sure they explain what they exactly mean, and so can steer the discussion a bit. That's at least what we are trying to do back home, to make sure that we have a continued and improved discussion by improving the focus maybe. But I think this was a very helpful information exchange. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And also thank you for making my job easier. You gave such a good rep that I can't do any better. I just want to tell you that the Polish hosts made it very difficult for you. It's a very competitive process. Now, IGF 2021 is as good as Berlin one. So I just want to say thank you very much for everyone here on site and online for this very interesting discussions. I think we are going to have much more into the NR's collaboration list, and then Anya, our dear focal point, is going to take over. Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy. Bye.
live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
We can't hear anything.
We can't hear anything.
Okay. We have a really good technical assistance here behind us, so let's hope they'll solve this soon.
Yes, now we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Great, thanks. So I'll start again, I think, right? Okay, so my name is Martina Derczniak-Noarzo, and I'm the Director of International Cooperation Office at the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection, and I'm sharing moderation of this panel with my colleague Karol. Say hi again.
I'm saying hi again. My name is Karol Musz, and I represent European Consumer Center in Poland, based in the Office for Competition and Consumer Protection in Poland.
Okay, then back to me, and I'll just make a really brief introduction before we'll continue with the workshop. And welcome to everybody, of course, again, online and offsite. And we are really happy to be here. So this panel concerns sustainable consumption in e-commerce, and I'm pretty sure that all of you have already heard lots of panels on this and participated in conversations, because that's a very big issue nowadays. Not the least because of the pandemic, which has even further exacerbated the switch to online shopping, and online marketplaces have become even more important than they have been before. And even before the pandemic, we know that there has been a very, very rapid development, and consumers were becoming even more acquainted with shopping online. But for us, if you're all aware of this kind of dual transition. On one hand, we are trying to support and mitigate the risks of moving online and digitalizing commerce. At the same time, there is this topic of green transition, and the panel here is aiming at exploring this convergence of those both issues, the digital and green transition. So we'll try to look at the different opportunities, different threads that are connected to sustainable consumption in e-commerce, trying to find the synergies between the digital transition and the green transition. So doing sustainable consumption online. And we'll try to approach this in a very, very interactive way. So we'll invite everybody here on site to speak up. And I don't know if you can see our table, but our table is full of panelists on one side and participants on the other. Some of us are still also behind, but we invite everybody to come in front. And also everybody online can also speak up and share their views. When we will talk about this, we also want to emphasize, look at this problem of sustainable consumption in a very broad and holistic way. So we'll also encourage everybody to share and to think about keywords such as digital inclusion, digital sovereignty, to think about consumer behavior online and how online marketplaces and digital environment influences consumer behavior and perception, and also think about, have a little bit of a global outlook. Think about developed countries, think about vulnerable consumers, different groups of consumers. So we encourage all of you to think about this in a very, very broad way. We have on our panel a very, very nice and very excellent panelists, and we have a very broad representations of different actors. So I'm quite confident that we'll be able to have a very broad perspective on this issue. So next I'll just introduce the panelists. We'll start with the introductory question where everybody can share their opinion from the panelists and from the participants. Then we'll move to making a short brainstorming exercise on threats and opportunities of sustainable consumption in e-commerce environment. And then we'll have a question to audience, but I will not tell you now what it is. And in the second part of this workshop, we'll just make a round of questions with my colleague Carol here. Okay, so I'll just start with introducing our panelists, and everybody there can just switch on and say hi. So we have Niels Bent, who is the Director for Consumer Policy at DigiJust and Acting Deputy Director General of DigiJust. Hi, Niels.
Good morning from Brussels.
Peter Andrews from Consumers International. He's the Director of Consumer Rights, Innovation and Impact.
Good morning from London.
Hi. Augustin Reina from BOC. He's the Director of Legal and Economic Affairs.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. We have Marta Kabocik, if I'm speaking this right. It's a Polish name, but sometimes,
Yes, hello everybody. It's a pleasure to be here.
Great to have you here. Claire Charlotte, I'm also not sure whether I pronounced this correctly. Amazon, and she's a public policy manager.
Thank you, this is perfect. Good morning from Paris.
Hi, and we have our colleague Maciej Czaplinski, the counsel at the Department of Market Analysis at the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection.
Hello, good morning everyone.
Okay, so this, hi to everybody again, online and offsite. So the first question that I think, and we all think, our panelists would agree we should start with, it's a very fundamental question when thinking about transiting to sustainable consumption in the e-commerce environment. And the question is, what is the reason to transit to sustainable consumption? What do consumers gain from sustainable consumption and in different areas, different fields, and what is it just an economic gain? Is it a social gain? Is it also environmental gain? So I would like to share everybody to share your perspective on this. Perhaps we'll start with our panelists. Anybody who would like to raise your hand to speak up, please raise your hand here on Zoom, and we'll share the floor with you. You can also speak up directly, and anybody on the online audience can also raise their hands. Everybody here on site can also do the same and raise your hand physically. So I'll just wait a second to see who would like to speak up. Otherwise, I think we can start with just a round of our panelists. Perhaps Niels, would you like to share your perspective?
No, with pleasure. Thanks a lot, Martina. I think the answer to your question, which indeed is a very fundamental question, is very easy. It's the three of the aspects that you mentioned. Let's say at an individual level, and I think it's very important that the engagement in sustainable consumption is not just serving the interest of the broader world and the future generations. That's very important. It is a very important aspect, but at the same time, we also should make sure that the engagement on sustainable consumption is also delivering benefits for the consumers themselves in terms of having better products that last better. At the end, ideally, even products where if you may have to invest a bit more at the moment of purchase, they last longer, so that over the life cycle of the product that you use, you even have an economic gain. But of course, it's a mix of all. Let's say it should deliver to the consumers. Sometimes it will be more expensive, at least at the moment of purchase, sometimes even during the use of the product. And then you serve also the broader interest of our generation and the future generations. But I think it really needs to be a mix. It's not just serving the future, it also should deliver to the benefits of the consumers today.
Thanks, Niels. I think this is true, and it's definitely a big issue for consumption and for consumers. It benefits them in various ways. It benefits in the economic way. And maybe on the long term, and there is always the question of differentiating long term from short term. It has also, I guess, doubtful environmental impact. Anybody else? Perhaps maybe somebody from our other panelists would like to say something about this. Marta, maybe.
Yes. So hello once again. I think when we analyze sustainable consumption and the reasons why consumers turn to sustainable consumption, we still, when we do the research at University of Economics in Katowice, we tend to observe that what matters the most is still the economic profit. So majority of consumers, when they turn to, for example, photovoltaic solutions or when they try to reduce the water consumption, they do it mainly because it gives profit to them and not because they care so much about the planet. But it is changing, and we shall focus also on the fact that younger generation tend to take a lot of they like to educate on that matter, and they like to take actions. So they, on one hand, once again, care about the profits, but they care about what it gives to their health, to the future of their lives. So, for example, the matter of gas emission matters a lot. What matters is what happens with the waste, for example, from the digital consumption. So we shall take this topic in a very complex way. It is not an easy answer here from the perspective of the reasons. But then we also kind of ask the question whether it is motives that matters or the output that we have. So maybe sometimes what we shall do is we shall promote sustainable consumption, even if the motives were not sustainable. Yeah, so we shall consider it whether the final effect is not the most important. But from the perspective of university, we have to say that education and being aware is the most crucial here. So what we try to do, we try to educate stakeholders, not only our students, but we try to educate also our future students, so kids. We try to educate companies who cooperate with us. We try to educate our older students who used to be a part of our community, and now we invite them once again to be a part, and we educate them in terms of digitalization and in terms of sustainability. So we hope that it will mean for them, for our community as such, to become more sustainable. So maybe education will be a reason to. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Marta. I'll give the floor now to Agustin. Agustin, the floor is yours now. Maybe there is an issue switching on. So Peter Andrews, perhaps you could say something in the meantime.
Absolutely, yes. So I think sustainable consumption and through e-commerce is really becoming more and more important to consumers for a variety of reasons, which other panelists have already outlined. I think one of the most fundamental is that consumers are able to more and more align their shopping habits to their own values. As we become more and more aware of the environmental harms that are surrounding us, as well as the social injustices that are happening in our world, the fact that we can be more empowered to make decisions that impact all of these through our purchasing decisions really enables people to feel better about what they are doing. So I think it's very critical where people can align their values to how they shop, but also, as has been touched upon, there is the economic potential benefits that people can get from maybe accessing goods that are more efficient or goods that have lower costs because of other benefits. If we're shifting around supply chains, maybe connecting consumers more directly to producers, there can be lower costs in that respect. But also then there's the long-term benefits. So as well as reducing the impact on the environment, minimizing the risks of climate change, there is longer-term health benefits through less pollution, less wastage, and so on, which are all sort of coming together, all of these benefits coming together to support consumers in the long term and enable them and inspire them now more and more to purchase more sustainably.
Thanks, Peter. And I think we'll try with Agustin now. Perhaps you can connect with us.
Yes, thank you. I had trouble to unmute when I was working. I would like to pick up on something that Neil had raised at the beginning. And I very much agree that actually when we talk about benefits, we need to take a very broad perspective. But when it comes to the green transition, as we call it, or developing a more sustainable economy and society, this has become really a matter of survival at the end of the day. We are in a crisis, and it's not like an economic crisis that will pass. It's a crisis that is here to stay. So the question is how we can mitigate the negative effects of that crisis that have been caused basically by the way we produce, we distribute goods, we consume as well, certainly. And in this regard, I think that making the green transition attractive to consumers and to businesses is fundamental to attain that goal of developing a more sustainable economy, which at the end, this transition has become an end in itself. And I think this is very important to bear in mind, because we're going to succeed only if we will make the different sectors of the economy change the way they produce and help consumers and empower consumers to be able to consume and to make decisions in a more informed and conscious manner. There was a very interesting article a couple of years ago that was called "The Elusive Green Consumer," and it is basically about why consumers express so much concern about the environment and the impact on consumption on the environment, but when they act, those actions do not reflect those concerns. And of course, there are many reasons to explain this. And one, we need to think about the incentives that governments, in our case, the European Union, for example, will have to create both for companies and businesses in order to be able to develop a more sustainable economy. So I think it's extremely important to think about creating the right incentives in order to attain that goal. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustin. I think that's very nice insight. Claire, would you like to go share something next?
Sure. Thank you very much. Well, a lot has already been said. So let me give an illustration of how we're looking at this at Amazon. As far as we are concerned, we're absolutely committed to sustainability for all the reasons that you highlighted. We co-founded the Climate Pledge 2 years ago. This is a commitment to reach net zero carbon by 2040, which is very ambitious. This is 10 years before the target from the Paris Agreement. And to achieve this target, we are investing in a huge range of projects that will help us in that way. And I think a good example that can illustrate the link between these investments and the transition to sustainable consumption, which is the theme from this workshop, is the launch of our Climate Pledge Friendly program in 2020. This is a program that helps customers to easily discover and identify products on our website that have more one or certifications that help to protect the natural world. So this is quite powerful. This is really about raising awareness of these products, which I think is something that Marta highlighted. And we find that this is something that customers really value. In Europe, our customers can shop more than 100,000 climate pledge-friendly products across a range of categories, across grocery, households, fashion, beauty, etc. So that's, I think, a concrete example of how we can enable this transition to sustainable consumption.
Thanks a lot, and I think many of you have talked about the education and consumer behavior and consumer choices online, and also some of you mentioned the discrepancy between the declarations consumer make about having sustainable, acting sustainably, and their actual choice, and maybe perhaps Maciek could say about anything about this from the perspective of consumer complaints we receive at the office.
So actually, we don't get many complaints on these issues. Polish consumers probably, for the Polish consumers, the sustainability of products and traders is not yet a very important issue. It's rather a niche and obviously it's also a place for developments, and this is where we, as the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection, we see our role also to educate, to empower consumers and try to create a friendly environment for the consumers for the future.
Yes, exactly. And so I think it all really boils down to awareness, to behavior, and to choice. And I think this is precisely why it's so interesting to tackle sustainable behavior and sustainable consumption choices in the context of digital environment. So this is why now I would like that we all think about how the e-environment and the digital environment influences our sustainable behavior, and to think in what way it has a positive impact, in what way it is an opportunity to now transition to more sustainable behavior. What is so particular about the digital environment that can help us and is an opportunity for us to move to try and consume more sustainably, and on the other hand, what are the risks? So what are the possible negative impacts on consumer sustainable consumer behavior online? We'll be writing down all of your ideas. Carol here will be trying to keep track of everything, and later we'll share that for you so that you can see a little bit the outcome of this brainstorming. And anybody is free to speak up. Yes, sure, go ahead.
My name is Asim Adil, and I've been working in ICT sector for quite long. I'm an IT consultant. Particularly, I have seen that transition in the retail market. During the pandemic, the e-commerce market just skyrocketed 4 trillion straight. And now we see that e-commerce market will increase more and more. It is also developing a habit of us that now we feel very easy. We have the mobile apps, and whenever we want something, we just search out, we filter and see, compare the prices, and we just order. If we compare with the retail market and e-commerce market behavior in the physical retail market domain, the cost of operating for the producers was very high, for the brands to manage to infrastructure and everything. In the e-commerce store, the cost is low. That is why the prices in the e-commerce market are low. And that is also adding to higher consumption. But the actual question comes here is that not only the consumption, that how much we are purchasing, but every time when we are purchasing, there is a packaging material coming with that. And we are creating a lot of trash with that. So maybe we should also think about it that we reduce that packaging material. It will also help us in the economically to reduce the cost of those goods which we are receiving. It will be economical for the buyer and as well as for the seller to store it. That's, I think, I would like to say. Thank you.
I think this is a really excellent point, because on one hand you mentioned the fact that it's easier for consumers to compare, and perhaps this is a little bit of a tool which facilitates a little bit, or should be able to support sustainable behavior. But on the other hand, you do mention that that the switch online is lowering prices, and perhaps that barrier between for consumer between making the choice, making the choice. Is a little bit lower, and then we tend to consume more, not just because of the price also, but perhaps because it's just also easier to buy and to have it sent directly to my place. So it's a really excellent point. Yeah, Niels, would you like to go next?
Yes, thanks a lot, Martina. I think this question now really leads us to the crunch of the issue we are discussing today, and I think it's great that you are putting the green and the digital transition and the interlinkages between those two transitions at the heart of our discussion. And indeed, of course, the digital transition offers a lot of opportunities in terms of greener consumption. Some have been raised already now. Yes, online, we often have a broader choice of products and services, and therefore we may be able to go as consumers for the greener products. Yes, we also might find better information about the environmental aspects of the products and services. And also for innovative companies via the online sales channels, they have the possibility not just to sell in their backyard, let's say in the near physical proximity, but really sell good, innovative green products throughout the Union and even beyond. At the same time, there are significant pitfalls in, let's say, this interlinkage between the green and the digital transition. First, already to run the e-commerce, you have a heavy IT infrastructure, which consumes a lot of energy in itself. And then if we are ordering individual products, you have the problem of the logistics, which cause a lot of environmental impact. And you have indeed the individual packaging, which already was referred to. And let's say we also see at the union level, when we are digging into this interlinkage, that we are clearly not there yet. Recently, we did an analysis together with national authorities on green claims, so information about the environmental characteristics of products used in the online environment. And more than 50% of the green claims we looked at did not comply with the most basic requirements in terms of sending a clear message, being based on data, following a clear methodology, etc. So there was heavy greenwashing and a confusion of consumers happening. And I think, let's say, this question, whether we will come to synergies between the digital and the green transition, or whether the two will go in wrong, opposite directions, for me is still an open question. It's not a given that the digital transition will contribute to the green transition. It could go in the wrong direction. And I think we need to, we talked already a bit about rules, perhaps we can deepen that a bit. Yes, we need clear rules for the actors in the online market. At the same time, online players like Amazon, and we have Claire here, have a huge influence, because even if you go on those kind of online places, we know that consumers are easily influenced. They're nudged into decisions. And now the question is, if a consumer looks for a product on an online marketplace, what products will be then proposed to the consumer? Because the consumer might not go for the first choice. It will go perhaps for the second or the third one. So which products then are pushed to the consumer? Therefore, the data use of the consumer, the role of the platforms is critical. So again, let's say just to make the point, how those two transitions will work together, let's say in a symbiotic, positive way, or in a conflictual, negative way, for me, really is an open question.
I think these are very good insights, and you mentioned also very important points, just greenwashing and the role of platforms. And before perhaps we can give Claire also something to say about this, we can also give the floor to Agustin.
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, actually, I totally agree with you, Niels. The digital transition or the digital environment in which we are living can offer opportunities, like you say, for example, introducing appropriate green nudges, helping consumers to go towards the more sustainable options, but can also go in the wrong direction. And I think we are already seeing that. As we know, e-commerce has made shopping very, very easy. And that also meant a huge opportunity for companies to create basically needs and create wants. So that has stimulated at the end of the day overconsumption with all the consequences that we are seeing, emissions, increase of emissions due to distribution, shipping from very, very far away, products and goods, the increase of waste, packaging. You all have mentioned several negative externalities of this of e-commerce. But here, what I think is very, very important to think about is, as I said before, what are the incentives that we are going to make? Both not only at an economic level, but also non-economic for the companies in order to actually help consumers to correct their consumption behavior in a certain way. And the fact that we are seeing so many misleading green claims is something extremely problematic because, as I said before, consumers are very sensitive about the climate crisis. And that also can play in the hands of companies that might be able to exploit that with just simply profiting purposes and therefore undermine the trust that consumers might have in future and genuine environmental claims. So I think that this is something very important to bear in mind. Also the level of enforcement, as Niels mentioned, we need new rules, we need clear rules, but also we need to enforce what we have. And in this regard, it was really, really alarming to see the result of the SWIFT exercise. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustin. Perhaps our panelists here on site, Marta?
Yes, thank you. So I would like to refer to what was already said about the fact that what stands behind e-commerce is an amazing amount of equipment. Yeah, so when we calculate it, it's more than 200 million tons. And if we compare it to the country, the carbon footprint it causes is 2 or 3 times bigger than France, for example. So it is huge. It is one of the minuses of e-commerce and digital consumption. On the other hand, when we talk about greenwashing, we are saying what companies say to the consumers, and that consumers get information from the sources like companies, like universities, like official sites. But what really happens is more than 75%, according to our research, 75% consumers really value the fact that they can join online communities, that they can join Facebook sites and read about digital consumption from there. So what we really shall talk about is also the quality of information they get, and if there is any control over what they read, because it's really amazing power, and it is actually an advantage that consumers can share their experience, that this power of crowd, the crowdsourcings. But on the other hand, who controls what they share? So sometimes it might be a very good experience, but sometimes it might be something wrong, like the fake news, and there is no control over that. And what is the influence of that on sustainable consumption, or the opposite of it? So I think this is also a pretty important issue here. Thank you.
Thanks, Marta. Maciek, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to develop some more on this issue, that e-commerce requires companies to get fully sustainable. You cannot be partially sustainable if you want to sell online, because consumers will instantly unveil all the greenwashing that is in place. And from my perspective, the power of making a comment on Facebook is huge for consumers, and so they can easily show that companies are not sustainable, in fact, even if they claim to be sustainable.
Thank you, Maciek. And I think Peter Andrews, you have the floor now.
Thank you. Yes, we believe that online shopping has the potential to be less damaging to the environment than traditional in-store shopping. But that is only if we do it right. And all stakeholders really need to make concrete steps to ensure that the sustainability opportunities of e-commerce are grasped and the potential sustainability pitfalls are avoided. Now, we've touched upon a number of different areas. I think one of the ones that is really shining through is that a lack of information or lack of adequate information is one of the key barriers stopping consumers from adopting more sustainable lifestyles. Now, we know that more and more claims are being made by all types of different businesses around sustainability. They know consumers are much more interested in this issue, and therefore businesses are taking advantage of this. And one example, in the past 4 years, the number of clothes and accessories described as sustainable has quadrupled among online retailers in the US and the UK. And they're using terms such as vegan, conscious, and eco, but without always sufficient backing to what exactly that means. Now, where consumers become aware of particular issues that conflict with those claims, they start to lose trust in the marketplace. And that lack of trust has a big negative impacts on the sustainability, particularly of brands that are brands and businesses that are trying to do the right thing in providing robust, sustainable products to consumers. So we've got a real effort to focus on here, and that does require all actors to play a role: businesses, governments, policymakers, standard-setting bodies, as well as consumers and consumer organizations to play a role.
Thanks a lot, Peter. So I think now we'll move to Claire, because we have spoken a lot about the role of of online marketplaces in the way they, on the one hand, Peter, for example, has been more optimistic than Niels in terms of saying that the shift to digital marketplaces is perhaps an opportunity for supporting consumers to consume more sustainably. But also everybody from our panelists, I think, agrees that online marketplaces have a very important role to play here in the way that they filter through all the offers that are available online, and have also a little bit of control over the claims they're making, and at the same time allow a platform also for consumers to be able to choose, to select, and then also control their systems that make the suggestions to consumers. So Claire, go ahead and tell us what you think about this.
Thank you. Well, I think I'm also on the optimistic side. So building on what Peter said, we also believe that e-commerce represents a great opportunity to actually lower the carbon emissions associated with retail. So this is one of the key conclusions from a recent study led by Oliver Wyman in collaboration with the University of St. Gallen, which shows that buying a product online results in 2.3 times less emissions of CO2 equivalent as buying in a physical store. So that is actually very encouraging. But that being said, we also recognize the challenges associated with online retail. So this is something we need to be humbled about. I think one of the participants mentioned packaging. So I can talk about it a little bit, if that's okay. We are really working hard to improve the sustainability of our packaging. That's one thing, but also to reduce the amount of packaging that we use. And I think that was also mentioned earlier by some of the other speakers. So just a few examples of how we're doing this. So we've invented machine learning algorithms to help us make the smartest packaging choice for customer orders. So this is something that our customers want, right? They want to receive their packaging in the right size, the recyclable packaging that will minimize waste on their end, obviously, while ensuring that the delivery is damage-free. So that's one thing. We also launched a program called Frustration-Free Packaging in 2008, and to encourage manufacturers to package their products in a packaging that is ready to ship to customers without the need for additional Amazon boxes or over packaging. This is really important. And just to give you an example of what it looks like, basically, this is something I received yesterday. I ordered it on Amazon and I received it like this in my mailbox. So as you can see, there's no over packaging. And I think this is really the direction that we want to take. So today we have about 2 million products that are already available through this program. But what we're doing really is working hard with vendors like Philips, Hasbro to redesign their packaging. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. As I said, we need to be very humble about it. But overall, I think we are on the optimistic side. There are things we can do.
Thanks a lot. I think, Niels, you would like to take the floor again?
Yes, thanks a lot. Sorry for coming in again. But I think it's not a question of being pessimistic and optimistic. And that is something I would like really to insist on. I don't consider myself to be a pessimistic. My point is in which direction this interlinkage between the digital and the green transition will evolve is open. And we should not take it for granted that the e-commerce, which clearly will grow significantly after the pandemic, and we are not through the pandemic, it will continue growing. Not necessarily in a black and white matter that you have pure online shops and pure physical shops. It will even intertwine more, which I think is a healthy development. But online e-commerce is the growing trend of the future. There's no question about it, and there are huge opportunities. But how this interlinks with the sustainable choices is an open question, and we should not take anything for granted. Let me give you two examples. One is if you buy shoes. In a normal brick and mortar shop, you will try different sizes, you will walk with the shoes, and then you go for the right shoes which match your feet. Online, you will order several sizes, and we are wrestling with the problem, what happens with the products which are sent back then to the trader? That's a massive problem. Even if the products sent back to the trader are not thrown away, which happens in some cases, you still have the sending back and forth. The second point, and there again, the role of the platforms is very important. We want consumers to make a conscious choice for the green products. If you go for, let's say, a comparison website done, for example, by a consumer organization, the consumer organization will inject the knowledge they have about the environmental characteristics of the product, the reparability, the use of chemicals, etc., into their comparison website. But this kind of rather complex comparison of products cannot be done by an online platform. So then the question, what kind of products are promoted on the online platform become very important. So just two examples to show there is a lot of, let's say, work to be done to make sure that this huge potential of the online commerce is also delivering on our green ambitions.
No, Niels, I think I also agree with you totally. I think it's a matter of we are now at a stage where we have the opportunity perhaps to make the best of it and to really, I mean, it's not something we should take for granted. It's a transition stage, it's a development stage where we can take the opportunity to use the synergy between sustainable development and the shift to e-commerce, and it's a little bit, it's actually up to us how we'll make it and how we'll steer that development. So we should definitely identify, I think, the threats and the risks and try to mitigate them, and at the same point make the best of the opportunities that this kind of dual transition offers. Well, I would like to shift soon to discussing the perspective of the consumers and how empowered you feel in shopping online, and what are your problems in terms of sustainable consumption online. But I think I will just give a word to our panelists, so the audience can think about about this question as consumers. Marta, go ahead.
Yes, so the reason I wanted to add something here is because I felt inspired that we don't only talk anymore about business to business here, we also talk about consumer to consumer. And what digitalization gave us is this floor for sharing economy to grow. And this is also a huge advantage of digitalization, that consumers not anymore buy only new products. What they have huge access to is the second-hand products. And the quality of the products is really high. And we talk about all types of products in case of sharing economy. What they share is not only clothes, cars, their flats. This is also what minimize the consumption. So we see here what is really sustainable, the deconsumption. Yeah? Consumers can share. And what companies observe is that this trend is growing. And I think this is one of the reasons why, for example, IKEA or Decathlon opened last week or 2 weeks ago in Poland the online shop, which is focused mainly on second-hand Decathlon clothes and accessories. So you can sell what you are not using anymore, and other consumers can buy it. So we see how the markets interact and how dynamically it changes. And I think this is also a huge power of digitalization in terms of sustainability.
You're exactly right, and I think one of our chat participants has made a similar point. William, I don't know whether you would like to say something online, or whether everybody else can refer to his message on the chat. He mentions also the fact that digitalization, yeah, I mean, I think you have also said this here, right? That it's not, and Marta, right? It's not just about the business. It's not just about the consumers, but also the businesses. The businesses have an opportunity to change their business models to focus more on sharing economy and circular economy, as William here on the chat says, because we have those digital tools that are available when we are moving our businesses online. So this is also definitely something that we should consider as an opportunity.
Yes, absolutely. If you want, I can say something on this. Unfortunately, I can't share my video.
Sure, go ahead.
But effectively, what I'm thinking is we have far more clothes than we actually need. So we could probably reduce the number of clothing items that we produce and use every day by 2/3 possibly. Because, for example, we have a lot of clothing items that spend most of the year in the closet. So why don't we think about business models that use or during the time that we have these clothes in the closet, we actually sell them or rent them out to other people to use in other areas of the world. Now we would need to perform a more detailed analysis on what the environmental benefit, or we would need to compare the cost of shipping these items as compared to the number of items saved. But I think there's a great opportunity here.
Thanks, William, and I think that's also a good point. Thanks for sharing that with us and on the chat. Agustin, go ahead for a quick word.
Thank you. Just to pick up something that was said in the previous session, and I think that links nicely with this discussion. Of course, we have to be optimistic. There is no other choice, but we also need to be realistic and pragmatic. And the reality is that e-commerce has increased and led to the increase of consumption. It's much easier to buy online than offline. That's a reality, and we have to cope with it. And on the point, for example, on returns that have led to higher emissions, we cannot forget that this has become a business model. Has nothing to do with the existence of a right of withdrawal, although that we have heard in the past many problems around it, but this is a business model. Companies, out of their own will and interest, offer this to consumers because consumers buy it. They offer free returns. They even send you a package of clothes that you have not asked for, so you can try them and send them back. So it's basically have created business models around free returns. So of course, if you look at, okay, how then we can counter that? How do we make consumers aware of the negative effects of free returns or this type of business models? For example, one option is, of course, to try to make consumers aware of the costs, the environmental costs of returns. And there are some examples already in the market. For example, there is a company, a shoemaker called Allbirds, that they basically try to conscientize people not only about the conditions in which their products are being produced, but also, for example, what implies in terms of emissions, sending a product to a certain place. So I think this type of practices make consumers more aware, and that will help them ultimately to think twice at the time of returning a good. And a second point that was mentioned in this session relates to C2C commerce. And of course, this is one of the areas where digitalization can bring opportunities for consumers, because you might have a lot of stuff piled up in your house that could be of use for somewhere else. So certainly stimulating C2C commerce is something that it's of course on the interest of the environment, because one pair of shoes, clothes, or whatever electronics that you have at home that you could sell to somebody else, that means one less product being bought, a new one, and therefore produced. So I think this is something that we also need to bear in mind. And I would love to hear, for example, from Claire, how Amazon, for example, will approach the question of creating second-hand markets within the platform itself. Thank you.
Thanks. So now let's just make a quick exercise, everybody, and let's just put the consumer cap on, because we are all in different roles here, and we are all concerned in different way professionally in terms of consumer protection and e-commerce, but we are also all consumers. So let's just everybody will think about how do you feel, how empowered do you feel when you shop online? How empowered do you feel to shop sustainably? What kind of obstacles do you perceive, and what kind of behavioral effect of the shift to digital environment do you perceive on your own behavior? I don't know if anybody would like to say something. Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you very much. I would like to say, just as we were discussing before, that digital market has brought us many benefits and different aspects of it. We are also at a stage where we can see the whole supply chain, that how traceable and trackable it is. There can be an idea, just like we have on the products which work with the energy. So we see that how much energy they consume. Just like we can enforce the same model on all other producers as well, even for the producers of clothes, that what are the environmental effects of that. Just like we can see on the products, eatable products, that, okay, how many calories it has and all that. So maybe that kind of a formula will create more awareness for the buyers. That also is helping the impact-based e-commerce market, because we can see that these small impact-based e-commerce markets are also emerging, which are producing very organic and all that. So there are positive awareness is required, and also there is more knowledge to be published in online material that will help. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we can use those online tools, or perhaps use the digital environment to help consumers understand better their choices, to perhaps make them more aware of what they're buying, of the environmental impact that they're buying, perhaps also offer them more comparison. But still, there is the issue of the discrepancy between what we declare, right? As Maciek said, here in Poland, we don't receive that many consumer complaints on for example, green claims that are misleading to consumers. But yet we hear a lot in Poland, we hear a lot, a big debate also on consuming sustainably, and there is quite a lot of awareness going on, I think, among our NGOs and civil society and all the other groups. about this issue, but for some reason consumers are still not aware, or this doesn't really necessarily translate to actual choices. So there is this kind of strange behavioral phenomenon of human choice, which is perhaps something that we should also try and tackle. I don't know if anybody else would like to share their view on what else as a consumer they would like to see. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, this is Elisabeth Schauermann from the German Informatics Society, and I just had to think about a hackathon that we did a few months ago, where young people programmed a plugin, a browser plugin, that basically when you enter any kind of online shop, asks you if you really want to buy this thing, and then you can postpone actually clicking the buying button to later. But I think what that does, or what the people who are aware of such solutions are already sensitized to the overall issue. So I think in terms of reaching a lot of people, there still has a lot to be done, from not only from activists or programmers who do such things, but more so from, I don't know, general policy making. Also, although it contradicts their market idea to sell a lot of things, maybe also from the e-commerce companies themselves.
Thanks a lot, and it's a great point. I think I really like 2 points that you made. One is that, so perhaps one of the problems is that shopping online is so easy that we just go ahead and shop, and we even, this barrier between actual shopping and spending money is decreasing, so it's much easier for us to shop, even though with a little bit of less of an awareness even that we are buying something, because it's so easy, it's just one click, right? So that's one thing, and I think that's also a good point to mention, and we'll perhaps try to tackle it later on, in terms of what's in it for the online marketplaces, because shopping sustainably or not deciding not to buy means loss of profit for the companies. But this is a discussion we'll take on later, and we'll move now perhaps to the discussion part with Karol. We'll talk about what can different actors do, and what is the way to share the responsibilities. Go ahead, Karol.
Thank you, Marcina. I'm very happy that we have established that the e-commerce is, or it should be considered as a bridge between the digitalization and making the economy more sustainable, and those transitions to the greener one, to the better one, more sustainable one, demands actors to play certain roles. And those actors are, of course, consumers, are, of course, business, but as we can see, our panelists, those are also the university representatives or consumers organizations, and, of course, the most important initiators of the sustainable ideas, which is the European Commission. And my question, as Martina said, is how much action should we expect from both or from particular actors on this playground? And I would start from the European Commission, from the Niels. And my question is, what is your responsibility, and why do you think it is the most important one?
Thanks a lot, Karol. Let's say from a point of view of the policymakers, I think we need to find the right balance between a regulatory environment, which, let's say, sets a framework in which fair and, let's say, innovative competition takes place, and at the same time, the right measure of empowerment to consumers that still have a crucial role with their personal purchasing decisions. And indeed, Martina, you made a good point. Sometimes not to buy is the best choice you may want to do. So let's say the consumers still have a very important role. For us, it's very important that we are not imposing a certain lifestyle. We don't want to restrict in any way how consumers are, let's say, purchasing, are taking decisions about their own way of living. But at the same time, it's important that, for example, we have rules in place that concern the environmental aspects of products. Just an example, the reparability. One major, let's say, product that impacts our personal footprint are the smartphones. And if the smartphones cannot be repaired, then our footprint will be worse. So we want to make sure that there are rules in place that make sure that you can repair a smartphone, that you have the software updates, that you can replace the battery, etc. So you need rules on the products that are circling in the single market. And we also believe, as Europeans, that we should use the power of the single market to make sure that really products which are not complying with a minimum standard of environmental performance should not even go onto the market, so that consumers are not even confronted with this choice. But that's only one part. And the other part, of course, is really empowering the consumer. And there we need, it's mainly the question about the information that we need to get right. And that's something where we are working on in different areas of the Commission, but also at national level, to make sure that consumers get the right information in terms of label. We talked about a label before. What kind of label can we put forward? What kind of information? How can we protect consumers about unfair trading practices, which sometimes happen also in the e-commerce? So I would say that's our perspective from a policymaker point of view.
Thank you very much, Niels. I can agree that clear rules are very important, and I can say that your speech was very interesting. And this time, now I would switch to Agustin, probably. What is your opinion about your responsibility as a European consumer organization?
Thank you, Carol. So indeed, we are an advocacy group. What we want ultimately is that the decision makers at European level ensure that, let's say, consumers are empowered, that the right incentives are created for the companies to offer more sustainable products and business models to consumers, and that consumers go for it. So here we need to look, as I said before, to economic and non-economic incentives. When I say non-economic incentives, think about legislation. What are the rules that we need in place to attain this objective? And there are basically three important points that I think is worth mentioning, also in light of what Niels has just explained. So first, we need to ensure, of course, that consumers have the right information, but we need also to ensure, mostly important, that this information is meaningful at the end of the day and help consumers genuinely to make informed, sustainable choices. Here we are very much looking for example, the empowerment in the green transition proposal that is foreseen early next year. The green claims proposal as well, which should be able to address the important deficiency that we have in the context of environmental green claims, currently as shown in the SWIFT exercise. Then a second very important group of policies is we need to ensure that companies produce in a more sustainable manner, which includes also producing more durable and long-lasting products, as well as the waste disposal. So there are different policies that go basically hand in hand. Here, the European Commission is busy working on its proposal for a sustainable product initiative, how in the context of consumer law, which is kind of our remit of work in relation to the role of guarantee rights we play, the right to repair. So here there are many policy areas that come together in order to attain these goals. And then the final group of priorities, I would say, relates to enforcement. And the European Union is well known for having very good laws in place historically, But where we fail massively is on its enforcement. The different reason for this that we don't need to go in detail, but a clear goal is to step up on the enforcement of the rules that we have, and ensure that we create precedents about what is allowed and what is not in our single market and at the end of the day. And that does not include only enforcement against environmental misleading environmental claims, or the enforcement of the UCPD, which still is very important, but also enforcement to ensure that dangerous products, unsafe products, and unsustainable products do not reach our markets. And this is something that needs mention. And as we know, many of these products come from outside the European Union. That creates a problem, not only for consumers, but also for European companies that want to play by the rules. So here we also need to think about developing a level playing field for European companies that are compliant. And in this regard, of course, a challenge will be how to ensure that these unsafe products that arrive mostly in individual parcels cannot reach the EU, or if they reach, that are conforming with our standards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Agustin. I can agree that sustainability is on the EU policy agenda quite important, and you made me call out the business representatives, which is Claire from Amazon. Claire, do you have something to say after those two speeches about the responsibilities of particular actors in this market?
Thank you. Yes, I think we all have a role to play, and recognizing this role, being humble about it, and also being rigorous in how we approach these challenges and this role. It's very important. We are a customer-centric company, so our role is to give our customers the solutions that will enable them to shop online in a sustainable way. So, whether this is by working on packaging, as I already mentioned, or through this climate pledge friendly program that helps them to identify products that have certain environmental certifications. So that's one piece. We are also using our size and our scale to serve as catalysts, sending signals to the industry to drive a faster transition to a low carbon economy. And this is very important, for example, when it comes to accelerating the transition to zero emission transportation, for example, talking here about electric vehicles, for example, or hydrogen.
Thank you very much, Claire. I think I can move to my colleague from the office, Maciej. I know him quite a long time, and I know that he has quite strong opinions about some kind of business practices, or he can say something, some tips that he observes about, for example, the last mile thing. Maciej, can you say something more about your observations regarding the making the e-commerce more greener and more sustainable?
Yes, I think that the good thing about e-commerce is that it has a huge potential of reducing its carbon footprint. We have been discussing before whether e-commerce has a bigger carbon footprint than traditional shopping. Studies differ on this issue. So what is certain is that a good organization of deliveries can reduce this carbon footprint and make the e-commerce more sustainable. I'm talking here about the role of the local governments, and obviously there is also a place for legislation in that area, but there are also issues that can be solved on the local level, like organization of deliveries and organization, for example, if we switch to delivering goods on the last mile in cargo bikes instead of vans, we can reduce the carbon footprint of e-commerce by 40%. So there is a lot that can be quite easily achieved. Claire also said about reducing packaging, so that's another issue that can be done, and that's more into business or on the side of legislation. But I wanted to show and to point on the role of good organization of deliveries on the side of local government.
Thank you, Maciej. On your left side, there is Marta, who represents my favorite university in Poland, which is University of Economics in Katowice, and that university is quite famous of its scientists and researchers. This is why I'm pretty sure that you are invited in here in this forum because you have a lot of interesting things to say. So I give you a floor. What is responsibility of academia to promote or to create the practices that could lead to make transition smoothly?
Thank you, Karol, very much for that introduction. And I think it is worth underlining that what we already said so far is how important it is that consumers are aware, that consumers know how to act, how to behave, and how we can kind of influence them to be more sustainable. And the role of universities around the globe is really crucial here, and we, as University of Economics in Katowice, take our role very seriously. So how we see our role in making this transition smoothly is threesome. So first of all, we do it through the research. And we have, as Karol already said, scientists who focus very much on sustainable consumption from the different perspectives. And what Martina said was that sometimes what consumers declare is different than what they do. This is why we do this research in a very complex way. We don't focus only on what they say, we focus on what they really do. So we engage different types of research. We focus very much on how we can nudge them. So that famous Nobel Prize winner said, Thaler, we can actually nudge consumers to behave in a better way. So nudging works. It's from behavioral economy, and we try to discover how we really can kind of guide them to become more sustainable. And the research in this context is crucial. Then what we do, and what is really important, is we educate. On one hand, we try to encompass sustainability within the programs. So there is a sustainability course in each either bachelor or master program. We try to show cases in different courses. So we educate our students, but we, as I already mentioned at the beginning, we educate also the community around it. So through the programs for kids, to the programs for alumni, to the programs for the community interested, we offer them webinars, so in a digital form, but we also offer them different types of courses so they become more aware. They know They can ask us questions and we will let them know, but we also generally offer a free education for them, which is also really important here, and the role of universities shall not be underestimated in this matter. And then finally, we take this role from the organizational point of view. So we believe that it's not only the fact that we stand in front of the students and tell them something. It's also through the policies, through the procedures, through the way the university operates on the market. So the fact that the website is inclusive for students with some disabilities, for older generations, we offer that as well. We try to offer all types of sustainable solutions through the university. So like free water dispensers, which promote sustainable behavior. We promote coming to the university by the bike. So it may be not digital, but it still promotes how to behave sustainable in everyday actions, because this is really what we are talking about. We are talking about full transition, so we have to believe it from the roots, and university role in that is really important.
Thank you, Marta, for your statements. And believe me or not, I like your university even more. And I have noticed that Claire has raised a hand, and Peter has raised a hand. So ladies first, Claire, I give you a voice.
Thank you. I will be brief. I just wanted to follow up quickly on the point that was made before about the last mile delivery, because I think it's a very important aspect, and one where businesses can have a very clear role to play. So there was a mention of electric vans and cargo bikes, and all of this is great. We are definitely using them in many different cities across Europe and across the world. Just wanted to add that we are also experimenting with on-foot delivery. So we're working with walkers to deliver. This is obviously zero emission in different cities. So just to say that there's a lot we can do. We need to be creative, and that's probably something that would apply to all of us in our different roles if we want to address the challenges of sustainable consumption effectively.
Thank you very much, Claire. And Peter, don't think that I have that you are forgotten. You were supposed to speak. So I think you are the last speaker in this session. So it is your privilege to be brief. And please say what you want to say as the last one.
Thank you very much. Very useful discussion so far. However, I think we've missed an important topic, and that is that as low and middle income countries are increasingly engaging with e-commerce and its impact, we need to look at the opportunity of making this much more, making sustainability much more accessible and affordable to all, not just people in wealthy nations. So in developing countries, e-commerce businesses can help to provide a leapfrogging effect to modern, efficient value chains by aggregating consumer demand. And if we take the food system as an example, it's very complex, highly fragmented, especially in those developing countries that take dozens of stakeholders and transactions to bring food from farmers to consumers. And at each step, there are these transaction costs that are incurred by all of the business partners. Now, e-commerce platforms can connect consumers and producers more directly. That will reduce costs for consumers and therefore make it a much more greater opportunity for them, as well as reducing the environmental impact by making transport more efficient and promoting local food systems. There's a great example. So Pinduoduo, founded in 2015, is a Chinese e-commerce platform that connects farmers with about 850 million consumers. Users are actively encouraged to form teams to make purchases, giving farmers more visibility and assurance that they can move large quantities of produce in short period of time. Now, technology is used to forecast as well as aggregate that demand to ensure the optimal supply route. And the model is able to reduce the carbon footprint by about 40% by having the product go more directly from farmer to consumer. So we need to be aware that e-commerce can bring these great opportunities to all countries, to all consumers wherever they are. There's a really important thing that, I think we need to bring through, that e-commerce is providing access to people that may not have had direct access to before to sustainable products, as well as products that will support their general well-being. And so there are great opportunities, but as many have said, there are big challenges that we all need to overcome, and many actors that are needed to drive that forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. It was a very great closing speech, because now we are closing our session, and I will give the voice to Martyna, who will do the closing speech, but from the moderator's side.
No, thanks. I just wanted to... No, I also think it was a great discussion, and I made, in the meantime, I will try to share a summary that we have. Let me just see if I can do it. Okay, if I may be able to do it. I wanted to share a slide which I have prepared with the summary of what we have discussed on threats and opportunities, and I hope you can see it, right? Okay, so it's true that, I mean, we have, sorry, wrong, I'll just leave it at this. So it's true that we have, it was a really nice discussion, and we have looked at different threats and opportunities, but Peter, what you also mentioned, we have also, we didn't have time to look at this issue more globally and to look into the perhaps a little bit more difficult situation or a little bit different types of problems that developing countries are experiencing in that aspect, and you know, we have here representatives of really all over the globe here at the Internet Governance Forum. So thanks for bringing this up here. We have also we have tried also to also talk a little bit about the digital sovereignty of consumers online, and I think we managed to talk about this in terms of how consumers behave and how they make their choices. It was Marta who made some really nice points. And there is lots of different issues that still need to be discussed here, and it's obviously a huge topic. I really liked also the point that Niels made and also Agustin made it, and I think everybody here would agree that we need to take the matter in our hands to address the threats, to make use of the opportunities, because it's up to us. And we made a quick round of, it's up to us to make, to support all actors, whether these are consumers, platforms, or businesses, to make consumption more sustainable. And we made a quick round on how we all should act, how different actors should act, what should be the role of the policymakers and enforcers, what should be the role of marketplaces, and I'm pretty sure we'll all have a little bit more. This discussion helped us to have those points a little bit more emphasized for each and every one of us. I think for the last round, as we are running out of time, for the last round, I just would like to give everybody one more time stage, just to say perhaps your last piece of advice from your perspective on, you can share the one good practice, for example, that you think that would be the takeaway from today's session, on how to make consumption in the e-commerce environment more sustainable. And perhaps I will start with Niels.
Well, thanks a lot, Martina. That's a difficult one, just in one point. But I would say, let's say, look out for what information source you trust. That's what I would suggest.
Thanks a lot, and that was nice and brief, and I think it will stay in our mind. Agustin, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Indeed, a difficult question. I will go one step before, and I think that first of all, we need to have a common understanding about what is the problem, where are the problems, what are the practices that are related to e-commerce that are most problematic in order to be able to define the appropriate solutions. So I think that even if we see the negative effects of overconsumption online, we still, I think, need to really define and nail down what are the specific problems that we need to tackle. So I think that's going to be my final word. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Maybe our panelists here on site, Marta, you want to go next?
Sure. So I would say educate, be curious, and you can educate through some online channels. You can join the universities like ours through different programs. As I said, we have those for different stakeholders. You can join our executive education about sustainability leader. So just educate so you will know where are the sources of information that are trustful. Thank you.
Maciek, go ahead.
Yes, I will continue. So get as much information on the products and on the firms that you can before buying, and also remember that there is always an option of not buying, which might be better in certain situations.
Okay, then I'll return to the last two panelists online before I also pose the question to the audience because we should still have a few more minutes for that. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you. I'll echo what everyone has said. I think also one of the things that we can do to build a more sustainable marketplace for everyone is to make sure that the marketplace is regulated in the most effective way. And that to get to that point, we need policy making that is done in consultation with businesses, with civil society, and importantly with consumer organizations and other concerned groups to make sure that the marketplace is consumer-centric and sustainable and provides safe products as well for consumers going forward.
Thanks a lot. Claire, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, my advice, I think, would be to think big and be creative, as already mentioned, and specifically for any company, if you're ready to do that, I would really encourage you to join the Climate Pledge so we can work together. There are already over 200 signatories. I'm talking here about businesses, small and large, and I think we're all together in this. So really come and join us. Perhaps the last word for the audience and the other panelists here. I was not able to address all the topics that we discussed. There was a lot. It was a very interesting discussion, so thank you for that. Don't hesitate to reach out. I'm happy to answer any remaining questions offline. I know we're running short on time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and I also like those discussions, so perhaps the audience here would like to share something. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would agree with Peter. In an industry where many responsible are there, where the public, the consumer responsible, there is a platform is responsible, their producer is responsible. So if someone behaves irresponsibly, then it means there need to be some enforcement on that. So we have to create the awareness as well as we have to enforce it. That's what I would like to say.
That's true, and I think the one final conclusion we can make is that we need to take matters in our hands, all of us, different actors, and we need to act. We need to be reflective, and just do our best. Think a little bit about what we are doing and why we are doing this and what's our goal. Think about our values, as I think one of the panelists has mentioned in the beginning, and just see how we go ahead with our consumptionist habits, all of us, how we can make it more sustainable. And I think we are perfectly now on time. Karol, would you like to
I would
add
like
something?
to say 2 words. I really like the message that Niels said, look out for information you trust, and I ensure you that it could be the Twitter message we could consider to publish in a few hours. Thank you very much for your attention, and all the panelists, Martyna, and all the guests here and outside. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and thanks for participating, everybody here and online. And it was really a pleasure, and it was, I think, an excellent panel. Thanks a lot, and see you soon sometime, hopefully physically.
live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Mitzi Laszlo. Thank you for coming, especially on a Friday afternoon. I imagine you've seen a lot of talks this week already. My background is in neuroscience. I studied decision-making and was frustrated, basically, at not being able to access big data for public health. So I came back to Europe. I was in Brazil at the time and worked for the European Commission as an independent advisor for H2020, later went on to work as the third employee for Solid, the startup of Sir Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the web. And more recently, I've been an independent consultant for executives around strategy and cybersecurity. And I've been carrying out some research, which I hope one day to structure as a PhD. I wanted to share a bit of that research, mainly with the intention to spark debate about computational infrastructure in the public interest and what that would look like. Everything is digitalizing. It is impossible to enter restaurants without a QR code, realistically manage your bank account, or speak to your local authorities without access to the internet. And when we digitalize, we become dependent on a lot of stuff. This is my local data center, which I see when I go to the park, and it's full of databases that look like this, which connect to submarine cables that run under our oceans in a vast network. And that's only the physical stuff. There's also immaterial stuff like code. The code that is necessary for you to be able to log in is ultimately made and is built and also maintained by someone, as are standards that describe how to send and receive data in a way that it can be read. A lot of this stuff is controlled by private corporations, particularly in the USA and China. And that's quite a radical shift, because it used to be that computation was done by the state, by the nation state. Today, the calculator is controlled by private corporations. Even GCHQ, UK intelligence, relies on Amazon Web Services, which means they cannot carry out their stated mission without some sort of interaction with a private foreign entity. It speaks volumes that the Dutch government has a whole department to take care of Microsoft contracts. In 2018, they carried out an investigation and came to the conclusion that Microsoft essentially, as controller, could determine how data was processed independently without any kind of consultation with the Dutch government. Similarly, in Sweden, there was a big debate about if storing government documents on the cloud constituted a breach. Because of the Cloud Act, the US government could, in theory, access Swedish government documentation. Not beginning to talk about Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, all US entities. There's no European equivalent. So even financial transactions, which is a pretty core element of the nation state, cannot happen without some kind of interaction with foreign private entities. I don't want to, all the examples I'm giving are very concentrated on European dependence on the USA, but I don't want to give the impression that it would be solved if this would be brought nationally. This is a screenshot from Zorgtermijn, which is a platform used to make doctor's appointments here in Amsterdam, where I'm living and working. All your patient data is stored on this platform, and it's a private company. There's a Dutch bank who's a stakeholder in this company, and it raises a lot of questions. I mean, what if Dutch medical records are used to adapt insurance packages or credit scores? What are the dependencies? What are the strategic risks that happen when this new player is present in public health systems? The debate that I want to raise is really about the relationship between the private and the public sector when digitalizing. So a lot of early investment in the innovations such as GPS, touchscreen, the web itself was paid for by the public. Also, a lot of the infrastructure is in part paid for by the public, but the public does not control this infrastructure. They are dependent on this infrastructure, and the parties that do control it often do not pay tax. So I want to really talk about the legitimacy of that control and what kind of strategic risk we run into, and if we can imagine a scenario where it is treated more as a public utility on a global level. There have been historical precedents of making elements of infrastructure public rather than private. Adam Smith in the 1700s was very actively lobbying to make roads public. In his time, private players would build the road, and there would be a toll on the road, and to use the road you had to pay the person to get access. And this meant that people who had apples could not necessarily get to the place where apples could be bought. And it's a blocker. So in the logic of Adam Smith and his colleagues, he was pursuing a publicly funded road that would act as a multiplier for trade. My particular interest is around public health still. That's where I started, and ultimately where my interest still lies, because I think there's a lot of opportunity. So I don't want to dismiss the value of computational infrastructure. I just want to talk about the governance of it in a way that would make it useful for the public. I hope I've sparked your imagination a little bit, and would love to hear your thoughts and have an open debate about this. Thank you. If there are any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat or let me know. I'm not sure if you have the ability to unmute. All right, well, if there are no questions, then I think that's the end of my talk. I'll leave the channel open and welcome any conversation. I hope I managed to tickle the imagination a little bit. I imagine you're all quite overwhelmed with all the talks you've seen this week. Thank you for coming.
live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
So thank you, everyone who's here. I think we'll get started, and maybe a few more people will be trickling in. Some of the panelists, I think, are having a little bit of a tough time joining, but hopefully they'll be able to join us soon. So welcome to Tangled Like Wool, a roundtable discussion on gender, social, and digital inequalities. My name is Shohini. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm from Point of View, a civil society organization working in the intersection of gender, sexuality, and technology in India. And I will be the moderator for today. This session will explore the relationship between digital inequality and social and economic inequality through the lens and lived experiences of gender, especially in the context of the COVID pandemic. Surfacing gender inequality as a key driver that results in gender inequality and vice versa as well. So hopefully by the session, we will also have a better understanding of the implications of this on policy and how to strengthen gender equal and rights affirming digital policies and internet governance systems. We have a wonderful group of panelists, and I'm really excited to get this conversation started. I'll go through just briefly how the session is structured. We have about, I think, 90 minutes. I will first go through the gender report card analysis, which is part of this dynamic coalition's aim to look at how gender is integrated into IGF's discussion every year. Then we will have about an hour of discussion, and it would be great if participants could just, if you have any discussion points or questions, you can use the chat feature. And for those of us who are joining in person, I'm not sure how it will work, but just like flag us and we'll include it. But we'll also have about 10 to 15 minutes for question and answer afterwards. So really briefly, the gender report card is part of the dynamic coalition on gender and internet governance objectives to ensure that the discussions in IGF is peopled and articulated by different genders, as well as to ensure that gendered perspectives, realities, and concerns inform the agenda of internet governance. While there are usually two components that we look at, which is, the representation in the IGF discussions, as well as the content. Since last year it was fully online, getting an accurate data on the participation was the methodology, it just wasn't strong enough and was challenging. So we will only be presenting the information on the content. So it's a very brief presentation, and then we can go into a discussion on what today's session is about. So I think I'll be able to share my screen. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I hope everyone can see this. So the gender report card is looking at, it's analyzing the sessions of 2020 and looking at what were the type of content that was really covered in these sessions. So out of the 117 sessions that were there last year, about 78 report cards were filled, which is about 26% less from the year before. And from that, when we're looking at the relevance of gender as a topic, only 10% showed that there was a direct engagement. About 30% said that there was partial engagement, and 27% showed that there was no engagement at all, which is, again, less than the year previously. So direct engagement in 2019 was higher. So there was a 14% decrease last year. Partial engagement of gender in these sessions also decreased from 41 to 34. So there was a 17% of decrease last year. So this is a very quick summary, and we will have, I think the report of this will be going up on the coalition's website. So in a little bit, I'm not exactly sure when it will be going up, but yeah, it'll be available there. But this kind of shows, given these numbers, we're really glad to have today's session to ensure that we are talking about gender within internet governance. So I'll start off with our panelists, and if we can just have them introduce themselves, that would be great, starting with Mona.
Hi everybody, I'm happy to be joining you today. This is Mona Shtaye. I'm the advocacy advisor at Hamle, the Arab Center for the Advancement of Social Media. I'm joining today from London, but we are based in Palestine and we are working there.
Thanks, and we can go to Sadaf next.
Hi everyone, my name is Sadaf Khan. I'm the co-founder of Media Matters for Democracy and managing editor for Digital Rights Monitor, which is Pakistan's only digital news website focusing on internet governance and digital rights issues, and very happy to be here.
Thanks. Then Avis.
Okay. Thanks very much. I don't know what happened to the camera, but I need permission to have the camera. So let's say I'm Avis Momeni from Protège QV, civil society organization based in Yaoundé in Cameroon. So I'm glad to be here and share our own experience with participants. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. And I think we have a pretty small group, so actually we can maybe just get a round of introduction from everyone, maybe from the in-person participants. I'm not really sure, and maybe panelists. I'm not sure who's there, so if we can get an introduction from there, that would be great as well.
Yeah, Poncelé and I are both here. So hi, I'm Mallory Nodal from the Center for Democracy and Technology. I'm based in Washington, but I'm here today in Katowice.
Hi, I'm Poncelé Alalaji, based in the Gambia with Joko Labs Banjul, and National Resource Person for the Gambian National IGF, and I'm present on sites in Poland. Thanks.
Thanks. Are there any other participants or panelists on site?
We are only two, me and Mallory, yeah.
Great. And then I think if we can get like John and Riddhi to also introduce themselves, and then we can kind of dive straight into the discussion. John, if you can just get started. Or I guess that's okay as well.
Hi, Riddhi here. I'm from Point of View. I'll be taking notes here today.
Okay, and John, or we can, I'm not sure if they can hear me. Okay, that's fine. I think we can just kind of dive in. It's us, it's a small group, so we can talk. I think it would be great to kind of start talking about the relationship between digital inequalities and social inequalities that exists in the region that you're working in through a gendered lens, especially in the context of COVID. So how has this relationship been impacted, whether it's, exacerbated it or changed it in some form. And yeah, I just want to remind, if we can keep the comments to about 3 minutes, and then we can get a sort of discussion going on the basis of that. So anyone who wants to dive in, please feel free to do so.
I can start if that's okay. So I'm from Pakistan, and I'm not sure how many of the people present here are aware of the political, demographics in the country. But Pakistan is a pretty conservative country in some ways. We have a pretty patriarchal tradition within our policy making and within our culture. And when it comes to access to technology, unfortunately, even though we have great indicators with regards to access, we have one of the most affordable internets in the region. But when it comes to ownership of the mobile phone, for example, or access to internet, we also have the biggest gender digital divide in the region. And what happened, obviously, this digital gender divide is not just maybe related to financial issues, affordability issues, accessibility issues, but it has very present and very stark social dimensions there. So ownership of mobile phones, which in Pakistan is linked to, your identity card, your national identity card, your mobile phone is again linked to your biometric data, etc. And because of the nature of the society and because of the fact that women feel unsafe giving data in public spaces, being in public spaces, oftentimes, even if a woman would be using a mobile phone or the internet, it would not be registered in her name. It would not be under her direct ownership. But what happened during COVID is the fact that, because in normal situations, even if you don't have ownership, it's fine. People within families, let's say, do divide the online time, etc. They manage to make it work. But during COVID, obviously, everybody was completely dependent on their devices, especially when it comes to education. And households with single devices or even multiple devices prioritized male students over female students. But this dynamic didn't stay within homes. In multiple regions across Pakistan, different public bodies put up public Wi-Fi's, to which only boy and male students were allowed to access. And there were, obviously this is a very discriminatory practice, but on ground they had good justifications regarding protection and safety, and safety issues, blah blah blah, were more exacerbated during COVID itself. So women didn't have access within their homes. B, they didn't have access in public spaces. C, they were cut off from places where they actually did have access before, like educational institutes, places of employment, etc. What I feel has resulted is, over the last year, we have seen the internet in Pakistan become a very, very toxic place. And it was also always toxic, but the level of toxicity, but the level of patriarchal, hateful commentary that has kind of spewed forward on the internet. It has noticeably increased in the last 2 years. Resultantly, we have seen multiple campaigns, counter narratives starting organically without direct engagement from usual mobilizers and organizers. That to me is proof that situation, it has actually worsened. It's not just as activists looking at the internet and thinking this is getting worse. It's actually getting worse. On the side of access to different facilities, health, food, shelter, police, law enforcement, etc., there is a complete lack of data. A number of government institutions, including the National Commission on the Status of Women's Rights, they initiated discussions and discourses around data gathering, around data collection. But obviously, when women are unable to connect, they are unable to participate in online consultations, which was the way during this whole period. So I feel that, it's not, the digital and social divides were obviously interconnected, but COVID has made it much worse. And COVID has actually made our fight much more difficult, because the kind of hate that has been normalized over these couple of years, we have not seen that kind of hate against women in such, with such intensity, becoming so normalized. So I'm sure there are similar examples in the region. I'm sure Pakistan can't be the only, Pakistani women can't be the only one facing this extra dose of hatred and withdrawal. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned that I'm sure it's not just happening in Pakistan. I mean, in India, we've seen how this has gotten worse and the social inequalities have kind of been exacerbated. But also, I'm assuming in other regions as well, if the other panelists can speak to that as well.
Yeah, maybe I can jump in. So when we are talking about Palestine and the Arab region, I'll be like zoom in to Palestine because we are working there. There is some kind of the gender-based violence that is targeting women and the other LGBTQ communities. We at Hamle have published a gender-based violence study in 2018, so it's a bit before the pandemic. And it was like during the pandemic, it was worse. The situation was worse. But before the pandemic, our study showed that 1 out of 3 women in Palestine are being exposed to gender-based violence in the online spaces. Like we are talking about bullying, harassment, and so on in the online spaces. And 1 out of these 3 women are leaving the internet because of this gender-based violence. Earlier this year, we also published research about the hate speech on the in the social media platforms, where we were asking people during the focus groups, but also during the survey that was surveyed, like we surveyed around 1,200 people about the basic or the main hate speech on the social media platforms. They were focusing on the political circumstances. They were mentioning the Israeli occupation, but also the political split between West Bank and Gaza Strip. But they did not focus, or they did not mention the hate speech against women on the social media platforms. Maybe that's a sign how people can see the gender-based violence or the hate speech. Maybe they can't see that the hate speech against women as a hate speech. Maybe there is some kind of reflection how people are classifying the hate speech. And we have seen many of memes on the social media platforms during the 2 years of the pandemic, which really emphasized and it was stressing on the very traditional roles for women in their homes, for the very traditional roles that they are supposed by the patriarchal society to be doing. And this kind of content on the social media platforms is making a stereotyping, is making labeling in women, and they are putting women in specific places that they are like they're supposed to be in. And either in a good stereotyping in a good way or in a bad way, quote unquote, stereotyping is stereotyping, putting the strong woman as and giving the strong woman in the posters a very radical, let's say, look, or giving the women who are exposed to violence a very traditional look. Like most of the memes that we are seeing, most of the web posters that we are seeing, that the women who are exposed to violence, mostly they are brown women. They are sometimes putting hijab or something like that. This is kind of stereotyping of women on the social media platforms. We are seeing that during the Palestine Digital Activism Forum, which is an annual forum we at Hamle are organizing, and it will be held in May for the 2022. For the past year, we have organized around table to talk about the stereotyping for women on social media platforms in the Arab region. Most of our speakers, all of our speakers, they were stressing that they have observed, they have documented this kind of stereotyping content for women in the social media during the pandemic. It was increased because most of the people were sitting at their homes and they were thinking that all this homework that usually women used to do so is we should like make extra label for women to continue doing so. So that kind of content on social media is also putting extra effort for us as a digital rights defenders to remove from women, because we are not supposed to do that. That's very traditional thinking about women. The third thing that I would like to highlight when talking about the gender-based violence that specifically was exposed during the past 2 years, we all know that since the pandemic had started, governments and regimes around the world, and specifically in the global south world, they were keen to normalize using surveillance technologies. They want to normalize that. They want people to accept that, and sometimes they want people to start demanding using these surveillance technologies under the pretext of saving or protecting public health. That happened. We've seen that and we've monitored that. But the unfortunate thing is this kind of surveillance, this kind of it was affecting women. Our last report about the CCTV cameras in East Jerusalem showed that we have conducted interviews with women in Jerusalem where they were stressing that they can't take off their hijab inside their homes because they feel that they are surveilled inside their homes because of these CCTV cameras in Jerusalem. But also during June escalations, following up on killing the political opponent and activist Nizar Banat by the PA, when we took the streets asking justice for Nizar as a political activist, the PA was confiscating and stealing our phones. They were focusing on ladies, specifically ladies who are coming out of very conservative backgrounds, in order to put shame on these ladies. So after stealing our phones, they were sharing pictures, private pictures out of these phones on the social media platforms in order to intimidate women and prevent these women from taking the streets again, asking justice or even expressing ourselves. As a result of that, we see how women are having much more complicated issues on the social media platforms or in the digital spaces when it comes to several topics like hate speech, gender-based violence, surveillance, and so on. And because of that, I'm glad we are here today so we can share experience on what others do and what we at Hamle are doing to protect women and to think together what we are supposed to do that. So that's for Palestine, but we definitely will continue and talk about the other things that we did and also that we are planning to do in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Mona. Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely want to get to where we talk about what are the types of strategies that are being used and which ones are effective and, rights affirming and which ones are not. So you've already touched upon some of that. And in our next
sorry,
yes, please. Yeah,
something that Mona was saying, the way she was describing these different elements of speech that happen online that are not traditionally considered violent, but do inflict violence on women. I think what we have seen in the last couple of years and the way the ethos on the internet has developed, there is a need to kind of rethink how we define violence against women online. So considering an environment that's not violent or hateful or insightful, maybe in a very direct manner, but promotes a culture, promotes the stereotypes, promotes the images that inflict violence on women in many different ways. That's something that we don't really think about in that nuance. And obviously, dealing with those needs a very different kind of strategy than dealing with, direct incitement to violence or outward, overt hate speech. So yeah, it's very interesting to see that being brought up. This is something I've been thinking about a lot.
Yeah, thanks for adding that, Sadaf. And I think when we're thinking through the implications or how the exasperation of social inequalities and digital inequalities during COVID has highlighted certain things for us, and what could be the potential policy implications. I think speech and what constitutes as violence against women online, that would be a very interesting thing to look at. I want to just ask if Mallory or Poncelet or Avis want to add things from the regions or countries that they're working in. Yeah, Mallory.
Sure. Yeah, I can weigh in. Although I'm going to speak less about sort of direct effects that Mana and others have said, which have been super fascinating, and I think they do factor into the work that I'm looking at. So I'll start a bit back. So I'm the chief technologist at the Center for Democracy and Technology. I sort of started my career in this work as a staff member at the Association for Progressive Communications, which has obviously a really robust women's program. And at that point, understood a lot better sort of the intersectional feminist issues at play in internet governance. And in particular, my role right now is to engage in the technical community in internet standards setting space. So it's very far removed from sort of direct community engagement. At the same time, though, I think that's the challenge, that in my role as co-chair of the Human Rights Protocol Considerations Research Group of the Internet Research Task Force, I'm looking for areas of study or ways to bring in the voice of those most affected and from an intersectional feminist perspective. So that, I think, effectively always means I'm doing two things simultaneously. One is figuring out how to lower the barriers to broader participation from multi-stakeholder communities that involve women, diversity and gender, diversity and race, diversity and geopolitical location. And that can happen through efforts like diversity, equity, inclusion. I sort of spent 2018 to the present day actually trying to get a draft in the Internet Engineering Task Force through that talks about the use of language, the use of actually stopping the use of oppressive terms like master, slave, blacklist, whitelist, that sort of thing. It's still not published, but that's a different story. So that's the one track. The one track is sort of like lowering barriers to participation, getting more people involved. It's inviting speakers who have these perspectives to hopefully inspire, maybe influence the engineering that happens. And then the second track then is on figuring out what are the substantive issues that are overlapping in feminist, intersectional feminist analysis and protocol development. So I think that there's more exploration needed in that latter piece. I think this dynamic coalition is exactly the kind of community of practice that's needed more in other internet governance spaces to speak to that first piece around lowering barriers to entry and getting more participation. I actually think that the scorecard could be maybe replicated or shared with other bodies, other initiatives, other intergovernmental agencies, and so on that come to the IGF that should maybe at the very least know that this scorecard and this dynamic coalition exist, and maybe even pick up some of the methodology. So I'd be keen to actually explore that maybe as a future area of work. But then again, like on the substance, because it's just the much harder one for me anyway, when I think about, what can we say about the ways that the internet is designed, from the protocol, from the hardware to the physical infrastructure, to the protocol and the application layer. What are those design choices? What are those opportunities to improve the internet for folks that are most disadvantaged, that don't have as much access? We approach this problem similarly with the human rights framework in my research group. And we do have an RFC. An RFC is just an official publication of the Internet Engineering Task Force. We do have an RFC on human rights as a kind of standard in its own right, actually. Standard for, obviously respecting states' obligation to respect human rights, and then protocols as standards, and what are some of the areas of overlap there. So that RFC exists. I wanted to do the same thing, but instead of using the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, I wanted to use the feminist principles of the internet, which have been developed over time from a bottom-up movement-led approach. APC was huge in that. I participated in some of it as a member or as a staff member at APC, and then now as a member and sort of ongoing work. So going principle by principle, looking at what are the issue areas uncovered that might affect protocol design. It's not as easy a task as it sounds. There's not always a whole lot. So that will be sort of an ongoing effort. But if there are researchers out there or folks that are interested in solving this problem, we keep our research open on GitHub, and we meet 3 times a year as part of the Internet Engineering Task Force. So there's plenty of opportunities to come and work with us. But then another one that just came up recently, so this is actually just at the idea stage, but I think it's actually pretty interesting, is that there's another research group called the Privacy Enhancement and Assessments Research Group that looks at, the right to privacy narrowly. But the reason I mention it is that there's a body of work in there that I'm currently responsible for on censorship methods. So this research document sort of just outlines every single conceivable way from a technical perspective censors are able to, block, filter, throttle content. It's pretty technical. Based on that approach, and I think that would be useful if it ever gets finalized and published, the idea was to actually take sort of spouseware. I don't know a better term for it, but the sort of apps you can download. There's a huge market for this. You can download these apps on the phone, on your intimate partner's phone, and then track her movements or read all of the texts, or these apps are ubiquitous. I suspect that there are probably only a handful of really robust app platforms that are responsible for most of the spouseware out there, and then all the other apps are just sort of copycats of those core codes. So the idea is that we take all of those apps. There's plenty of research out there, I imagine, that sort of breaks down how they work. They test them for sort of protocols they use, and then I think it would be useful to actually try to document in the same way that we documented the technical mechanisms for censorship, that we actually document what are the internet protocols that are being sort of exploited or abused or leveraged to track people online. Because I think one mistake that I see made quite often is that we trust the endpoints. When we're designing secure protocols, we assume that like our home routers and our end devices are effectively good user agents. They're proxies for what we want. And that I don't think is true if you have spyware or spouseware on your phone. It's certainly not true if you have someone who's using the same Wi-Fi router who maybe has higher technical expertise than you that can leverage that power differential to spy and to track. So there's not been a single word written on that research project. I'm giving you a peek into what we think might be a useful area of study that then could help, again, just inspire, sort of shift the imagination and perspective of those who are designing internet protocols to understand maybe what are some of the challenges and threat models that they hadn't yet considered, that are probably not usually brought up in engineering spaces that are there's such a heavy monoculture of sort of privileged Western white men that are mid to late career working on internet standards. So just wanted to share those perspectives, and hopefully that is interesting enough. I really appreciate hearing the stories of how affected communities really experience the suppression that's exacerbated by technology, and hopefully the theory of change, which is that if we can make the way the internet works a little bit more secure for those most affected, then everybody benefits from that. And so I hope we can keep having that dialogue. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Mallory. Before we move on to to Poncelet and others, I just wanted to kind of ask that you are giving a very different perspective from our first two panelists, and I just wanted to ask, what can we? You spoke about design and the way that the internet is designed, and you spoke about apps and the technical kind of component of the internet. So has COVID, like during the pandemic, have there been patterns that have emerged as a result of the pandemic, of maybe increased usage of these technologies that have highlighted really how unequal or how much barriers or what type of barriers that exist already, or is this just kind of continuation of what's been there before, and COVID hasn't really like impacted as much or changed it as much? If you can speak to that a little bit, and then we'll move on to the other panelists.
Certainly, yeah, I'll do my best. I think that certainly usage has gone up. It has shown, I think the technical community is really patting itself on the back because the internet held up, and I wouldn't disagree. I think that is true. I think that a lot of that is due to centralization of services. So we've got some really big companies that were able to handle the load and that work together to balance it, rather than I don't think, for example, we saw like a really robust, totally decentralized internet, contributing to that in all ways. I think we look to reports out of ITU and ISOC for that sort of, health of the internet and increase in access figures. But I think we, at the same time, shouldn't take those high-level figures at face value. I think there must be some detail in that, right? If maybe devices are not well distributed, and that there's some gender dimension to the ways that we have access to devices, then I think that does have an implication for the ways we design tools for remote education, for remote work. We often imagine that, people who are connected have at least one device. Some of us have more than one device, but there are many places where, you've got children, you've got teenagers, you have elders, you have a variety of folks who may actually be using devices together. And so I don't know if enough has been done to really interrogate the differential use of devices and what that means for security and for privacy, and for access. So that's another place where we could look. And I think that if we were to dig a bit deeper in it, COVID has given us a lot more data on that than I think we would have had otherwise. So that, I guess, is a silver lining.
Thanks, Mallory. And maybe we can explore those aspects a little bit more when we talk about strategy and policy. And I think Poncelet was going to add to the conversation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mona, Sadaf, and Mallory. I'm going to look at it from the perspective of living in a developing country, the Gambia, and what we have done recently in terms of gender inequalities that happened during the COVID and is still happening now. I'll take the Gambia as a case in point of what we have done in terms of getting people to be more digitally included in programs, especially women. A good example I will start with, and then I'll revert. We just had our presidential elections. There were more women voters that were registered than men. Out of the 950,000 plus voters that were registered, we had about 55% of them were women. That was impressive, but the sad fact of it is that a lot of the political parties were using social media to disseminate information. And we have in the Gambia whereby $5 is the cost for 1 gigabyte of data. So when you look at that, most of the women that were digitally excluded from not being well informed to be able to do their voting rights, which is their fundamental human rights, were because they couldn't afford data. So you have to think about affording data and feeding your family. So to be hearing all these messages of the political parties and know where to vote, so most of them relied on their husbands and stuff like that, or they came online once in a while. So cost is a big issue especially for disadvantaged women. Whereas we didn't have that problem with young girls going to universities during the COVID, because all the telco companies, they made Google Classroom accessible for free on their for students in the public university in the Gambia. So that was very good. But despite the fact we have for every home of the 2 million population, for every 3 homes, 1 person has a mobile phone. So the cost of mobile phones have been cheaper, but our affordability has been very expensive and has really excluded a lot of people. I'll give an example with a project we did earlier on in the year with rural women in the horticultural industry in the North Bank region of the Gambia, and it was funded by the Association for Progressive Communication, of which Joko Labs were a member organization. And most of these women, they complained about how they have suffered to be able to access markets because everybody now was using WhatsApp to even just take a picture. And people will say, okay, these women are illiterate, how are they doing it? But they're using their children. So in carrying out that project, and justifying our proposal to APC, we had to make sure we had data provided for the over 600 women that were in that program, and that data helped them a lot. So it was not a data for them, for them to only look for information, but for them to also check information on health, for their babies, on nutrition and stuff like that. And so the inequalities that has existed for us in a developing country like the Gambia could have really been breached if cost was down. We have only 1 submarine cable. All the companies all the companies that took a loan towards getting that cable, they're still paying back. And of course, it will make cost high. And we don't have a situation whereby we have community networks. We have not really, even though we have a universal access policy that was developed in 2020, just last year, we have not really initiated it to make it work, that we can have all these public community centers. Even our hospitals, like during the COVID, nurses had to be crying out that they need data. And the data was not forthcoming until some cell companies decided, okay, we have to provide data for them. But the plus on that, whereby because cost of mobile phone is cheap, when the government had to do payments to people who were really affected, like over, I think it was estimated that in terms of the poverty level, they did the aggregation with our Gambian Bureau of Statistics. I think close to over 100,000 people were really poor of the poor, as the government put it, in different neighborhoods. They transferred most of the monies through mobile money. So mobile money that was not really popular before COVID, even though it was there, we're not like Kenya that M-Pesa is everywhere. We have Africell money and Kudo from QCell, but all of a sudden mobile money became very popular because people were receiving monies from government as a palliative to support them in terms of COVID. And those mobile devices with their phone numbers also helped the government when they were distributing the 3 basic commodities that people use for their daily living: rice, sugar, and oil. The government was able to use those, the data from the regulatory authority to be able to know where people located. So it helped a lot of women. But I think I will stop by saying that the importance for a developing country to have community networks that will support women is very, very important, because if you even look at them as illiterates, all their children are going to school, and their children are the ones teaching their mothers how to use this mobile phone. I'll give a simple example that happened during the COVID. For me, there was a lady that used to supply me fish, And during the COVID, she said, okay, the best way, she will speak in the Wolof language, record it on WhatsApp, and take the picture of the fish. And then if I say it's okay, she will now give me the price, do voice recording. She cannot type text and everything. And she used that for several of her customers, So I had to tell her how the angles to take the picture. So on a particular Sunday, I sat with her and everything. And she said, people just forwarding her fish to other people increased her customer base. So it shows a lot. Most women use social media. And I think if we get them more included, especially in the global south, we can make the world a better place. Looking at the roadmap for digital cooperation, which the United Nations has done, I think the third one, those inequalities are important for us to address vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think you highlighted some of the issues about affordability, but also how political participation for women were impacted in COVID due to this lack of affordability. So yeah, and you also spoke about some of the strategies that we could think about. Avis, I would like to get your input on what has been the impact of COVID in digital inequalities and social inequalities in the region that you're working.
I said the impact has been two. Everybody has now realized that we have to be connected. And connectivity has become very, very important for every family in the Gambia. So having a conference call and even use of Google Classroom that was only popular in private schools, public schools are now using it. Women are now working together to do what you call joint usage of phone with data that they contribute to get information, especially in relation to health, education, and agriculture. We now have a lot of startups that have come up that deal with delivery service, So overall, despite the sadness that COVID has brought, it has spurred innovation. And that is the great thing among communities that relied on maybe doing things face to face. It has really spurred innovation. And that is the plus that will make us, not only in Gambia or any developing country, but the whole world, to be resilient in future for any other pandemic that will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Avis, if you can just share your inputs on this.
Thank you very much. So I was saying, Avis Momeni from working Protege QV organization, civil society, based in Yaoundé in Cameroon. So I'm sharing the experience we have done in the field during the COVID pandemic. So regarding Cameroon situation, Cameroon is situated in Central Africa, and we have more than 26 million people. About what we have 51% of female population, and we have more than 24% of this population based in rural area. So during the COVID pandemic, the rural area was much affected, as some rural areas was not covered by the national media radio, or specifically areas surrounding borders. Many community telecenter projects implemented, we supposed to reduce digital device, has stopped functioning. And for the profit reason, private mobile and an internet operator do not want to invest the infrastructure in the rural areas. So as a consequence, some rural population do not access to government information, and internet accessibility related to barrier measure against COVID-19, specifically women and girls. And so what impacted? So even some rural people receive information from national radio or from community radio. Most of the rural areas people were not prevented from the sanitation prevention against COVID-19. And so due to lack of information in the rural area, there were a lot of, let's say, lot of disinformation inside this population. And we observed that the National Television Learning Program, who have been set up, has not been issued to boys and girls in the areas. And due to the higher cost of digital tools, citizen and rural population were not at the same level of information. And we observed that workers who constrained to work virtually and at home were not being prepared to test exercise. And it was so hard again for women workers as the family environment was not adapted. That is the impact we observe. So maybe we will share again challenge and strategy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we're getting a good an idea of like the different types of ways that the existing social inequalities and its relationship to digital inequalities were affected during COVID, and even some of the strategies that have kind of come up from due to the needs that the COVID pandemic presented itself. We heard Sadaf talk about the digital strategies on education, and Mona spoke about counter narratives. Pansalat spoke about innovation. I think it would be helpful to look at what are the strategies and tools that have been successful in being rights affirming, and what have been the strategies which haven't been, and really like from the perspective of how stakeholders look at digital inclusion. So if you're talking about a strategy that's government driven or civil society driven or counter narratives that are kind of coming up grassroots driven, how is digital inclusion really being looked at when developing these strategies or tools? And anyone can kind of just.
So in terms of strategy from the government, so there were many consultation that took place. For example, consultation to provide reliable information through national radio and television. We saw the Ministry of Health send sanitation prevention message to people phone. Also, the telecom regulator send prevention message to prevent people against disinformation and the penalty incurred. From the telecom private sector, we observed that most of them reduce the cost of the mobile communication and internet to enable families to communicate at the cheap cost and accessing information. From civil societies, some actors develop websites to provide government information and data collection related to the pandemic, so that making people accessing the information, and also the data news from the World Health Organization. And my own organization, we provide online talk on the internet security prevention to the community. That is the strategy we adopt. So for the policy, maybe we will come back to the policy approach. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
So, I was looking at your question, and I find it impossible to answer, because strategies, especially when we are dealing with something like gender-based violence, everything comes back to context. And I think, in Pakistan, we have worked through a number of ways. We have collectivized, which is not a new strategy at all. We have organized online, we have made things visible, we have stayed behind the scenes to to look at different cases. So case by case by case, engaging with the corporations, engaging with the government, engaging with allies, engaging with civil societies, trying confrontation, trying, cohesive dialogue, etc., etc. I don't know, sometimes things work, sometimes things don't work. What I feel the common thread is A, persistence, but B, I think what we need to strategize upon are ways to kind of bring the agency to women collectives, bring the agency to, have the agency somehow not just over how speech, expression, experience of the internet is governed, but also what's the process through which these governance procedures are made. So I was just hearing about, all this discussion about affordability and access, etc., etc. I think one of the fundamental gaps in how we discuss these narratives is how we imagine the internet. And I know imaginations is more philosophy based, but I feel that understanding and in the internet as a utility, as something that's not optional, a utility like we understand electricity, like we understand the right to electricity or gas or water, etc., and then finding ways to kind of make it gender neutral, make it gender positive. That would help, especially in terms of how we are governing it, how policy is responding to it. So I'll give you an example. I've been made the amicus curiae in a court case that's going on in Pakistan, which deals specifically with content regulation on social media. And as a freedom of expression activist, for a very long time, my stance on content regulation, on platform regulation, has been pretty straightforward. Given the country we live in, given the regressive attitudes that we have faced, we have talked against localization. We have talked against, providing government ways to kind of exercise control over how technology and digital discourse is regulated in the country. But as someone who now faces the responsibility of creating a brief that the case would inform its decision by, when I come to kind of compare how stances that we usually take from a principled point of view come to play in effect. So for example, no localization, no way to get data when a woman's pictures are leaked, and no way to hold anybody accountable because, privacy concerns, a lot of very genuine, very serious, very valid concerns have created an environment where we oppose policies through which an action could be taken. So in the end, I feel that the crux of the matter is, as a collective, as civil society, as feminist activists, we need to kind of find ways where we insert ourselves more prominently and more, in a way that's like detrimental to how platform governance works, how platforms respond to requests, how platform responds to respond to individual cases of violence in different contexts. I understand the appeal of following global principles and international principles and creating global models of governance and responsibilities, but reality is much more complex. What's true in Pakistan may not be true in the US, it may not be true in Palestine, and what's true in one case in Pakistan may not be true in the other case. So unless we find a way to create a truly multi-stakeholder model that informs platform governance, yeah, sorry. So I think as a strategy, I think that's a missing link. We try to hold our governments accountable a lot. We try to work on policy and governance coming from states a lot. But I think we are not focusing enough on how platforms behave, on how digital corporations behave. And in the end, they hold the key. They are the key to how our data will be secured, how our data will be shared, and how hate speech and attacks and violence against us will be tolerated or not tolerated. So I know it doesn't have to do this long-winded thing doesn't have to do anything with strategizing, But I think one thing that we do need to strategize on is dealing with, having more effective solutions regarding corporate governance, finding ways to kind of insert private voices, collective voices, feminist voices in how corporate governance is dealt with. I don't know how that would be done, but yeah, I think this is a strategy that we need to start making now.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Sadaf. Yeah, Mona, if you want to jump in.
Yeah,
and then
thanks,
Mallory.
Shahini. Thanks, Shahini. I don't want to repeat what Sadaf already talked about. I totally agree that we should think about the multi-stakeholders coordination and networking in this field, but there is something that we could build on, which is what some of social media companies had started in this regard specifically. For example, Facebook, they have adapted some videos that for their help center, where we at Hamle were telling women if they are facing any kind of gender-based violence to report about that, because I'll be speaking now on our observatory, but I'll continue the Facebook point at the beginning. So they adapted that video that we provided for the local women in the Palestinian context, that they should consult a woman or a feminist organization to talk about their gender-based violence that they are exposed to, and to check how these organizations could help. So Facebook has also developed some tools to help women. So if women are being harassed online, or if there is someone who's pretending to be you on the social media platforms, you could report on that. And social media platforms such as Facebook could take action, could block that account, could could support you in this case. Technically, I'm speaking technically here, but for the psychological support, it's better to have like a women organization, where we in Palestine have a couple of organizations that are working with women on that. For Hamla ourselves, we at in last month, in November, we have launched the first Palestinian Digital Rights Violations Observatory. It's called HUR, where we are documenting all kinds of digital rights violations that Palestinians are exposed to. So we are talking about account censorship, content censorship, smearing campaigns, and any other thing, including the gender-based violence. So in this platform, women can report to us. And we are coordinating with other feminist organizations, so we can let them know that there is a case here who need a psychosocial, for example, support. But we also take action with the social media platforms as the trusted partner to them. We know that there is needed coordination in a higher level, as Sadaf said, in a multi-stakeholders level, but at least we started from here. And I feel that that was helpful, to be honest, since June, when women were reporting to us on the cases of when their phones were were confiscated by the PA, and they were sharing their private pictures. And at that time, we have reported and we escalated that to the social media platforms to take down these private pictures. And we are continuing till now. Like last month, there was a smear campaign against a lady from Gaza Strip. We reported that. We were able to take down that content. That we are dealing like based on context, but also case by case till now. And that kind of data, digital rights observatory is really helping us to manage the situation till we find like a policy solution. But to be honest with you, a policy solution without raising awareness campaigns and without digital, let's say, raising awareness campaigns for people, so people can know what is the gender-based violence, what is the hate speech on the online spaces against women, what is the surveillance for women, and many other things. We can't work like changing policies without working with the grassroots, working with the communities. It won't be efficient, because we need to work with the theory of change. We need to tell people where is the real problem so they can adapt their behavior and they can grow up their children with a different mentality, so we can protect women in the digital spaces instead of choosing leaving the internet and leaving these digital spaces only for males, only for men. So that kind of work that we are doing, it's fruitful till now. We know that there is escalation in hate speech against women, stereotyping women, gender-based violence, and other kind of violations against women in the digital spaces. But at least we try to find the starting point to work with women in Palestine. But also we are really glad if there could be any kind of coordination between us to start also working on a different level on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Mona. Yeah, I think you're speaking about how it's really important to have kind of a grassroots driven approach that there's awareness that has to come in before we really can get a good strategy and a multi-stakeholder approach in place. I think Mallory was also wanted to speak about either one of the earlier points or what Sadaf was saying.
Yeah, I wanted to bring a few threads together, and Mona added perfectly to what I was going to say in response to Sadaf. So the thing that I think is great about what's been said is sort of intersectional feminists working online in this internet space, we actually want it all. That's something that the feminist principles of the internet really talk about a lot, which is that, we're not going to choose between these false dichotomies anymore. We want local access and recourse to harms. At the same time, we don't want localized content moderation tools. We don't have to choose one or the other. And I think we should always continue to remember that we don't have to, and that we should ask for what we want, and our position should be complicated. It's okay to have a complicated position. We want to have, user-empowered reporting so that we don't see unwanted, explicit imagery. At the same time, we want to be able to post our own explicit imagery without censorship. That's a perfectly acceptable position. They're not in opposition to one another. And then to that end, I think that another false dichotomy I think that we're often caught in is the online versus offline. This is starting to come into more stark relief. And I'll just explain what I mean. We started this conversation by talking about the digital inclusion. And I always talk about this APC report on the sort of double exclusion that happens with difference in access levels. On the first hand, you're excluded because you don't have access to the internet, yes, but then it's a double exclusion because the prior analog real-life world that you once were able to engage in is rapidly disappearing and becoming digitized. So you're doubly disenfranchised. You don't have access to real people that are accountable and that you can talk to if you need to apply for a driver's license. And then you also can't do it because you don't have access to the internet to apply for your driver's license, right? So I think that the trend is also becoming, this right to a world that isn't connected as well. I think there's this is expressed, I think there's a proposed law on the right to disconnect in the pandemic, where as workers, we are constantly at work because our workplace is now our home, and we don't always necessarily want to be connected. And so there's a worker's labor right to be able to disconnect. That concept is coming up. But I think for a gender lens or for an inclusion lens, we need to hold on to a world that is maybe enhanced by connectivity, but not replaced by it. And that, I think, is critical to ensure that we have continual inclusion and accessibility of daily life for everyone. We shouldn't have to be online to live our lives, right? And that's a complicated position, but it's okay to take that complicated position. And then I think the other thing that Mona was just talking about, which is that maybe filling that gap means that we have more organizations. And this is also something that Steph said as well. Another theme there is then, what are the organizations, what are the social structures, what are the civil society mechanisms that we create and strengthen to fill that gap? And I just want to recognize that that is the cost of digitization. There's a sort of narrative out there that digitizing the provision of government services or things like that saves money in the long run. It doesn't. That cost just gets displaced. And there are now community organizations and other folks that have to fill that gap. And it takes time and it takes resources, and it should also gain access and power to the platforms or the agencies that are responsible for running these services. And many times we are just met with silence. There's no one to talk to, there's no one to go to, and that's then the role of community services. And I think another then trend we can imagine is that in maybe a previous to the internet world, there would be, of course, services that are there to help with language barriers or literacy barriers. You need support in, applying to university or a variety of other things. Those, I think, still exist. They just now exist in the form of cyber cafes and women's rights organizations that are giving training on how to be safe on your cell phone and things like that. It's just, we've now sort of rolled into these sorts of community-based structures, more digital aspects. So digital security training, literacy, access to the internet, and all of that. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I just think we need to recognize that as a really, really important function that civil society needs to get better at providing. But then also, as you've all said and others have said, making the case that these structures are not informal. They should actually be given access to influence the way the platforms work. It isn't just end users. There are structures before that as well. There are organizations that are there to speak on behalf of the users, on behalf of the public interest, and on behalf of folks who are traditionally excluded from these kinds of spaces.
Thanks, Mallory. That's really good. You made some really excellent points. And I saw all of the other panelists kind of nodding along, agreeing to what you were saying. If I can kind of say that there's a common understanding, as Mallory said, that our position can be complicated, that there are various strategies and stakeholders, and really understanding the contextualization that's necessary to create a strategy that really looks at digital inclusion and is able to be effectively digitally inclusive. So if I can take a step back, then if we think about various other stakeholders who are involved in policymaking, is it that there are singular understandings? Is it that these false dichotomies are taken as actual dichotomies, and is that where there is the barrier to inclusivity? And if so, how can that change? Would that be through community-based structures or some of the strategies that you suggested? I think we're speaking about the civil society perspective, and when in policy making, there are various other stakeholders. So kind of understanding how they approach it and what could be changed in that. If anyone wants to speak to that. Any of the panelists, Avis? Yeah.
Thank you. Let's say about policy approach to digital inclusion. In terms of policy approach, we suggest that there is the necessity for civil society to advocate for national geographic coverage of telecom infrastructure, and also to advocate for the revised law on freedom to assembly and association, taking in account digital aspect. And we also emphasize of advocating for the respect and implementation of African Declaration on Internal Rights and Freedoms at national level in African countries. And lastly, advocating for digital bill, because we think that adopting digital bill that give enforcement to the use of ICT to enable sustainable development goal. That's what the approach about policy we suggest. Thank you.
For me, I will want to look at it from a local content perspective. I think we have to put things into context that one rule doesn't apply to all in terms of digital inclusion. We have to be able to create programs that are grassroots oriented to get because most of our women, most of our girls, more and more, they are getting online every day. But there's one thing, most of the content they consume has nothing to do with their local environment. And I think when I look at the Gambia, for example, this is one of the shortcomings we have had. Even though you have high illiteracy rate among women, especially at the grassroots level, we have not made use of technology in terms of, okay, in all over Africa, it's either you're French speaking or you're English speaking or you're Portuguese speaking, and that's the reality of our life. We have these languages, and the internet is dominated by them. So why don't we use enough of voice messaging to transmit information to people so that they will be able to know about their health, their education, and general things that will improve lives? Because at the end of the day, if the internet, its main role is a tool for empowerment. And we have seen how a lot of things have happened in this since March last year due to COVID, but a lot of women are still excluded, from this because of this notion that they are illiterate and the information that comes out there are all written, and for me in my continent, I think we have failed to create enough content in voice to be able to address that. And I think that is very, very important, how we generate content and relevant content and how we'll pass out those content on the media. When we had the COVID vaccines were coming to Africa, a lot of people had a lot of misinformation. So like in the Gambia, we had cases whereby whole tons of vaccines went to waste because people, but how was the information being passed? It was only mostly in English, going to a website and stuff like that. There was nothing in voice. No community did anything that was sending voice messages through. One thing we know in our continent, not only in Gambia and anywhere in Africa, is that women, they have very strong collective groups. And those collective groups, we have not really used them very well and used digital means to get to them, whereby we can transfer messages through just even a WhatsApp voice message. This is what you should do. This is where you can get vaccinated, the importance of vaccination, all in the local language. So that local content aspect, we have really failed. And I hope that the educated among women in Africa will take this up to be able to, because they are the ones that can address this better than us, the men. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry, Sadaf, please go ahead.
Just like adding to that, I think it's essential, the local content. I think it kind of connects to people's ability to use the internet, and for meaningful connectivity, it goes beyond access, and whether it's language, whether it's tone, and whether it's format within which that content is produced, and the ability to access that content is created. I think they all come together to create inclusivity, or to encourage inclusivity online. I was thinking I think this actually also speaks to one of the challenges that, you phrased your question earlier about strategies and, some challenges that are posed to those strategies. And I feel, at least in my context, one of the major challenges when that kind of hamper the progress that strong women collectives can make is their inability to be intersectional in that way. It's much more easier to rely on the resources that are already available online. It's much easier to write in English. It's much easier to use tools that are catchy, that will get you engagement. But it's much more difficult to create content that's accessible to women who are outside that circle. And I do feel that we, even as activists, sometimes end up creating, when we do create content that speaks to them, we create it in our own voices. It's kind of actually speaking to them rather than us trying to include them. So it becomes a lot of work, and it's not, it is difficult. It's very difficult as collectives who are supposed to kind of bring together all these intersectionalities, not just because it's a lot of work, but also often because some of the intersectionalities might be criminalized. So, in a lot of countries, sexual minorities are criminalized. Their existence is criminalized. And yet this is the question we come back to again and again, especially on Women's Day in Pakistan. A lot of us get out, demonstrate, face threats, respond to it, but then we get asked, do you publicly raise your voice for people whose existence is criminalized, whose identity is criminalized in the country? And we kind of try and rationalize, but if we did that, we will not get the NOC. If we do that, we will not be able to out on streets. A lot more people will be hampered. So I feel that weaving intersectionality is difficult in physical spaces, and it's much more difficult in digital spaces, because again, we are being directed by tech, we are being directed by design, by hardware, by algorithms that are made to speak to a majority. And within that, taking a real feminist approach that's intersectional in terms of content, in terms of enabling access to content, it's something that's really difficult and challenging. And yeah, if anybody has examples on how they successfully navigated it, that would be lovely to hear.
Yeah, if someone wants to speak to that, or we have about, I think, 8 minutes left. If any of the participants or panelists have any questions for each other, or just want to share some last points about, thinking about what are the key factors that we need to think about when moving forward. But if there are any participant questions or any panelist questions for each other, please, we'd love to have some cross conversations as well.
I will start with us to focus on, in my last comments, on the 8 key areas for action within this roadmap on digital cooperation. I think we should try to embed it through our national and regional IGF initiatives. I think in our various community organizations, they are very important because they definitely address everything we are discussing today. And as much as possible, we should try to localize the content so that it can get to as much people as possible. That will be my closing statement. Thank you all.
I just wanted to lift up what Sadaf just said about the positive framing around how to make content more accessible to folks who are traditionally excluded, but specifically from a gendered lens. I would really like to start asking that question. I suspect there's been quite a bit of writing about it, but from as a technical person, I find that question really engaging, because there are proposals out there to optimize the internet, to make it censorship resistant and all those things. And I think in all those efforts, it tends to center the intermediary. It tends to center the needs of the content delivery network or the, and instead of actually the question is the endpoint, and maybe not even the endpoint as the device, it's the endpoint as the user of the device. And that even presents an even more engaging issue from the perspective of, say group use or sharing of, devices that are not necessarily owned by one person only. So I'd love to follow that up. And just something that I said before that I'm trying to remember now. Sorry, I forgot. Oh yes, that more. I'd love to see the dynamic coalition grow and also go out with its work, like its scorecard work and its other initiatives to other tangential internet governance bodies that are grappling with this issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion as a model, or at least at the very least, just a place where their work can also land and come to. I'm thinking of something called the Inclusive Naming Initiative. There are a few things out there that they're probably not aware that this dynamic coalition exists or that the IGF itself is free to participate in. It has intersessional work. And so I'd love to look at efforts in which we could do a bit more outreach together.
Thanks for that, Mallory. And any last thoughts from the other participants? The other panelists? No, I guess not. So, I just want to thank the panelists for this really fruitful discussion. I think there was a lot to cover because we're trying to understand, from a regional perspective, everyone comes from different region, their work is informed from that context to understand how social inequalities and digital inequalities, impacting, what are the interlinkages and how COVID impacted that. From that understanding to get to a stage where we're talking about, okay, when we're thinking about strategies for digital inclusion and the various stakeholders, what are the various factors that we need to think of and what strategies may be successful for what stakeholders? There's just really a lot to cover. But I think the last few points that were discussed were really crucial. And I think we covered a lot. So I just wanted to thank all the panelists for their very fruitful input and to all the participants who joined in.
Thanks, everyone. It was
Thank
great
you.
being on this panel.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming today, and happy Friday and last day of the IGF. Good to see some familiar faces here, and for folks I don't know, it's lovely to meet you virtually. My name is Ali Funk. I'm a senior research analyst for technology and democracy at Freedom House. We are based over in the US with offices of a few spots around the world. I run our Freedom on the Net report, and I'm joined here today by two really incredible researchers who contribute to the project. Gürkan Özturan is the author of our Turkey report. He recently joined the European Center for Press and Media Freedom as the Media Freedom Rapid Response Coordinator, and he's worked as a journalist and advocate in Turkey. And then Bruna Santos is the author of our Freedom on the Net Brazil report. She's currently a visiting researcher at the Berlin Social Science Center and is an expert on platform regulation and intermediary liability, particularly in Brazil, but also around the world. So what we're going to do today, we only have 30 minutes. It's a short conversation, and I think the topic of the best and worst provisions of internet regulation could go on for a very long time. So I'll start with a short conversation with our two panelists, and then use our remaining time for any questions that you all might have or other issues you would like us to address. As we talk, please feel free to use the chat function in Zoom to pose any direct questions. You can do that to the whole group or to me. I'll be monitoring that. So before we start, I just want to give a brief summary of Freedom House. We're an independent organization. We were founded in 1941 to defend and expand democracy around the world. Freedom on the Net, it's our annual country-by-country assessment of internet freedom. We started in 2009. We measure how easily individuals can access the internet, whether that internet's censored, and how fundamental rights like free expression and privacy are restricted or protected online. We examined 70 countries, which is about 88% or so of the world's internet population. So back in September, we released the 2021 edition, which found that internet freedom, I think unsurprisingly for folks in the room, declined for the 11th year in a row. So the main sort of theme we were looking at this year is how a growing number of governments are asserting their authority over the private sector. So a laissez-faire approach to the tech industry has really created these opportunities for authoritarian manipulation of different social media platforms, data exploitation, and widespread malfeasance. So in the absence of a shared global vision for a free and open internet, governments are instead adopting their own approaches to policing the digital sphere. And while some moves reflect these legitimate and welcomed attempts to mitigate online harms or rein in misuse of data or end manipulative market practices, many new laws simply impose excessively broad censorship and data collection requirements on the private sector. And Freedom House is concerned that governments are going to attempt to use the current drive for greater regulation for their own political purposes instead of curbing and decentralizing the power of tech companies. So, to put it simply, we think that the high stakes battles between the state and the tech sector right now, human rights are becoming the main casualties. So our report argues that really now is the time for democratic policymakers to craft regulations that enable users to freely express themselves, share information across borders, and hold the powerful to account. Otherwise, these new technologies will reinforce digital repression around the globe. But exactly how to craft these regulations so they protect human rights and not undermine them, it's the million-dollar question that we're going to try to answer today. So I'm excited to have Bruna and Gürkan here, who can draw on their deep knowledge in Brazil and Turkey. So let's dive right in. Bruna, I want to start with you. Brazil's Marco Civil is one of the world's most comprehensive laws protecting the rights of internet users. But in recent years, we've seen a wealth of new regulatory proposals in Brazil that would undermine these protections by increasing intermediary liability, censorship, or different surveillance provisions. So can you talk us through what are some of the most worrisome pieces of regulation that you're following closely from the country?
Thank you so much, Ali, and hi everyone that's on the digital and also live room as well. It's nice to be here. Well, as you guys know, and as it's part of the Brazil report, we have been seeing in the past year or 2 years, I don't know, like a significant change on the approach to internet regulation in the country. Brazil became famous because of, as you were saying, like Marco Civil and the whole like multi-stakeholder approach that we used into the construction of a internet-related bill that's mostly human rights centered and everything else. But in the past years, including in the Bolsonaro government, there has been some initiatives that were very concerning to us all. So to start mentioning them, like there was a few years ago also a presidential decree that created a centralized citizens database that was focused on data, like citizens data interoperability, but in the end of the day, the lack of safeguards and limits to the use of this data was something that civil society has been calling the Brazilian government on last in 2018, 2019, something like that. Other than that, it's pretty known to everyone as well, the process that we are still going on around the misinformation bill or the fake news bill, as we still call them in Brazil. And this is a bill that had a lot of things about traceability, trying to put on some provisions around if a certain message got to a certain amount of people, every single person in the chain of the message should be identified, or should at least, like WhatsApp should at least have records on these people. And this is also a bill that was very strong on whether or not users should be identified online, and like social media companies being required to ask way more personal data from users than normal, just under the possibility that one day they might commit a crime and we need to identify them. So this whole change in how Brazil has been regulating, or how Brazil has been attempting to regulate internet, but mostly focused on social media because it's a whole complete different part of the internet, is something that's very concerning. And just to finalize this first answer, like 2 other initiatives have been very scandalous in the country in the past year as well. Like, so there is some tendency in regulating or allowing the use of surveillance technologies. Our police has been using a lot of intelligence-related tools to monitor and to control some parts of activists, journalists, and also academia as well. So this has been something that's been going on. We are like rediscussing our anti-terrorism law, so that's also something that's pretty much on the table. And last but not least, at the beginning of this year as well, Bolsonaro tried to introduce this provisional measure with must-carry obligations to social media companies as well. Because, I mean, we all know that he kind of works in things in very similar ways to what Trump used to do, and like to him, like whatever he wants to say is his freedom of expression. So he was trying to push for the fact that content moderation in the country was a limitation to all of Brazilians' freedom of expression, and trying to set this very strange comprehension of how social media works and everything else. So yeah, I would stop there.
Thanks so much, Bruna. I mean, I think 2 of the issues you brought up around sort of traceability, around encryption, and also these must-carry provisions are 2 emerging themes in the conversation around regulation that I think over the past year and a half or so have really ballooned. And, you know, I'm thinking traceability and India's IT rules, or some of these must-carry laws, you know, in the US, for example, in Florida, I think are probably we're going to see more pop up. One more follow-up question for you, and then I'll invite Gherkin into the conversation. But I wanted to take a moment, because I know there's an upcoming election in Brazil this fall, and we saw, you know, during the Bolsonaro's first run, how, you know, political candidates really use social media platforms to push out electoral disinformation. So I'm wondering, you know, what do you expect to see in the lead up to that vote? And if there are particularly any of these sort of, you know, what I've called clashes between maybe Bolsonaro or, you know, other political figures in some of the major social media companies, similar to what we've seen in like Turkey or India?
Yes, thanks, Ali. Well, I guess that what I've been just speaking about, like some of these regulatory initiatives, were kind of a sneak peek on how this discussion will go. We know that the disinformation bill that we're discussing right now is a regulatory from like a parliamentary answer to how present was Bolsonaro on platforms such as WhatsApp. And we know that this was a political response, but we also know that the provisional measure I was just talking about is Bolsonaro's own answer to content moderation measures that have been going on. And we're just also going through a huge process of reviewing our electoral code. And this might be this is not just the biggest review in the past years, but also might be promoting the greatest alignment in between our electoral regulation and the digital space. This discussion is also yet to be finalized, but there are some provisions about how our data protection authorities should be much better aligned with the electoral justice, just so we could address and redress some of the personal data misuse. Also, there are some provisions that aimed to prohibit social media from moderating content that was related to the candidate. So I think this is going to be one of the main battlefields for the next year. Like, there is going to be a huge fight in between, not just Bolsonaro, but like mostly all of the Brazilian politicians around social media not being able to remove their content because they want to continue being able to, express and share whatever disinformation or false allegations they have been doing in the past. And last but not least, Telegram is going to be the next battlefield as well. Like in the previous election, it was WhatsApp. It was WhatsApp because of the encryption and like the misunderstandings around how relevant encryption is for everyone. But now that we are seeing a lot of Bolsonaro supporters and himself moving to Telegram, and also the lack of response to from the platform to law enforcement agencies, politicians, and not just politicians, but the process that is the misinformation bill, is trying to introduce the possibility of blocking the blockage of the platform if they fail to comply with, many orders from law enforcement or President Justice. So Telegram is going to be the next battle. And other than what I mentioned before, like Bolsonaro trying to avoid falling under any content moderation possible.
So interesting, the discussion of WhatsApp moving into Telegram. I didn't expect that. Gürkan, let's pull you in here. I'm interested more in the Turkish regulatory environment. So, internet freedom, as you've been tracking in your close work with Freedom on the Net, it's dramatically deteriorated in recent years. So what's the government's approach to regulation in the country, and how has this impacted human rights?
Thank you, Ali. In the last 14 years, Turkey has dealt with some form of regulation that is regulating the publications that are made online. And since it emerged back in 2007, it always had the idea of protecting the citizens against some form of criminal activities on the internet. Originally, this idea emerged out of protecting the children, and gradually its scope kept expanding and expanding. And as it is standing today, it has gone through multiple amendments and revisions. And so far, it only seems to be serving for the protection of the governing alliance. Over the years, the expanding scope of censorship and access blocking orders was kept multiplying. It was originally a handful of organizations that were authorized to block access to certain content online only after a court order. Then this court order requirement was taken down, and then the number of authorities, the number of institutions that could block access immediately were multiplied. And currently, as it stands, it is dozens of different groups. And there has been a significant update in 2020. But this has taken place in absolute lack of multi-stakeholder principle. Originally, the Turkish government claimed that they would be consulting the opposition parties, they would be consulting to the civil society, experts, researchers, basically people who are capable of saying a few words in this matter. However, we were awakened one day with a draft proposal that was sent to the relevant commission in the parliament, and suddenly it passed through the parliamentary stages and became a law. It was so sudden that it was actually passed in the parliament at 3:30 a.m. and very quickly it was approved by the president and became a law, came into force. And before anyone could understand what it actually meant, before we could quickly read through in between the lines of the draft bill, it was already signed and approved. So the most recent amendment to the Internet Regulations Bill in Turkey initiates supposedly protection of personal data by offering a compulsory data localization procedure for companies operating in Turkey. And along with it, there is also introduced a new measure to monitor and regulate data in Turkey. That is the content removal orders. Basically, since the law has been passed in the parliament, immediately afterwards, newsrooms in Turkey started receiving content removal orders from the government authorities. This was a bit too quick, I guess, but it also showed what it would be used for. Immediately the day after, we had back then started receiving content removal orders regarding articles that were published as far back as 5 years ago. But this content removal process is equivalent to burning down of the libraries in the medieval times. It is erasure of digital memory, and it definitely impacts people's free expression right or media freedom, even to a great extent, as well as access to accurate, reliable information in a timely manner. Because up until recently, up until the time when content removal orders were initiated, you could still see quite many people in Turkey who were suggesting that they would be using VPN services, they would be using this or that service to access the content that is banned in Turkey. However, with the content removal order, the very content that they will want to access to are now being taken down. And in the meantime, in these days, the government is again propagating for a new social media law. Apparently, the one that was passed last year is not enough. This year, they're claiming that they are going to protect the women online. However, this is the same government only months ago having withdrawn a signature from the Istanbul Convention that was the guarantee for protection of women and girls in social life as well as online. However, the new social media law demands of the government is not alone. It also goes hand in hand with the fake news law and also foreign funding law, which is aimed at targeting free media in the country. And all of these are rumored to be in connection with a potentially upcoming early election in the country. And we are watching also from the Freedom House's Freedom on the Net report, what we have seen in Uganda and Belarus. We are watching these examples with concern, basically.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I mean, I think you touched on a few key points. One is how sort of really genuine online harms, like, child sexual abuse imagery or child exploitation or gender-based harassment can be used around rhetoric to go after sort of political speech. And then I know you also touched on, data localization, which is something that we at Freedom House has been thinking and talking about for some time. And Bruno, we touched on, again, the traceability and must carry laws. So we have about 10 minutes left, and I want to leave, a couple minutes for audience questions. But before we do that, Gurkan, I'm wondering if we can just zoom in then on the title of this panel, the worst practices of internet regulation. If you had to pick 2 or 3, what are sort of the worst provisions that you're seeing either in Turkey or around the world that you're most concerned about?
Nowadays, actually, this personal rights, privacy affairs, use of personal names being used for censorship actually is concerning me, because this seems to be frequently used lately by people who belong to radical groups who are polarizing the society. But once they do something harmful for the society, and when they are being revealed for their actions, they are pulling the card that their personal rights have been violated, that they cannot be referred to even in the news for the things they have done and for the wrongs they have done. And this, I think, is setting a very dangerous precedent. For example, also in Malta, recently the government has initiated plans to anonymize court verdicts, that the court judgments will not be publicized with the names of the criminals. And this, I think, is going to have a really bad impact on media freedom, but also society's right to access information.
I was not aware of that development in Malta, so thank you for sharing. Bruna, let's give you the exact opposite. What do you think some of the best provisions are? What are the sort of components that we as sort of civil society group, you know, between us three, and also can work with the private sector and governments to make sure that we want in some of these pieces of regulation?
Yes, I'm not the one to praise regulations that are just like fly away from countries, but and in Brazil in the past years, there has been a lot of like academics and civil society activists as well that were praising a lot of the provisions of NetzDG. But if I could just pick one that's kind of present there on the misinformation draft bill as well, is the transparency reports part, which has been like one of the key points that Coalizão Direitos na Rede has been advocating for in the past years, because we do need to have more access to what these platforms have been doing, and this is key to trying to address misinformation at some level. And so that will be one of the things for me. And I would just also like to say that it's interesting to watch this change in the ethos that marked internet regulation in this past years. A few years ago, it would be it was almost imperative to avoid regulation or like harming the internet over like just making more rules. But now first of all, regulation is no longer a taboo, but also we want those kinds of discussions of principle based and aimed at the correct target, and the correct target should be like more content than users' behaviors sometimes, which like whatever is the point, it's not going to harm our rights or anything like that. And last but not least, I do like and enjoy all of the asymmetric kind of take that both the DSA here in the EU and also the misinformation draft bill is also taking on in Brazil. Like, we do need to understand the differences and intricacies between the different platforms, services, and also companies online, and also the take against online advertising, political or not. Like, this is huge. And I do think this is going to be our next top challenge for the upcoming year. So these are the things that are making me happy.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you think about sort of the shift in our thinking of moving away from, regulation is something bad and it can, just empower the state, to thinking about, if we do regulation right, it can actually be better for our rights, and thinking through things like transparency requirements, making sure these sort of laws acknowledge that not every company is the same, and regulating them as such can have some really big harms, and even, cement the big players in the market. You raised some really great points. So we have some questions in the chat. Gherkin, thank you so much for sharing the link. That's really helpful. I also shared the Freedom on the Net link. Kian asked a question. So how can the private sector push back against content removal orders and demands for data in contexts like these, which is really great, because I think we're going to, an increasing number of sort of government demands for personal data or to remove certain types of speech. So Gherkin, I'll go to you first, I think, because this is a big issue in Turkey, and then Bruno, if there's anything you wanted to add on Gherkin's answer.
Sadly, I also have a comment in the room, if you don't mind.
Yeah, how about let's go to Gherkin first, and then we'll go over to you. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sadly, it is one of the major issues in Turkey also, even though it is not publicly announced. Unofficially, the Turkish government has been requesting personal data of hundreds of thousands of users from various platforms operating in the country, claiming that they are linked to terrorism activities in the country. However, private companies also should acknowledge that it is the users that make up most of their content, despite the centralist design of their structure. And if companies sell out the users, if they comply with the requirements of such coercive laws and provide the personal data of their users, they will risk losing their popularity among the users that actually rely on these platforms to access information, to express themselves for various purposes. However, it should be the private companies' also responsibility to think about the future of their companies and not sell their users out. On the other hand, given that these are private companies and they do not necessarily have to guard the rights of the citizens, it is again falling upon the citizens' responsibility to either share or not their personal data with the companies or with the regulators or the government.
Great. Yeah, thank you. I think you raised some really important points there. Bruno, if you don't have anything else to add, I'll leave space for you. Otherwise, let's move to the question in the room as well.
My name is Naza Nicholas from Tanzania, and I work with Internet Society. And I was having a comment rather than a question. And the good news is that the freedom on the net is the human right, and the worst, the bad or the worst is that there are some governments that are putting stringent regulations on the freedom on the net. But I think the balancing act will be to be able to promote both freedom online as well as responsibility, because if you were to imagine you cross the road and you run the red light, I think you will have actually broken the regulation. So I think we tend to think that on the internet is different from the normal life that we live, but actually we have to live with the freedom of expression as well as the responsibility online. That will be key going forward. Thank you.
I think that's a great point of how can we think about, creating certain forms of regulation. So not only we're empowering for expression, but ways that we can hold, individuals or companies accountable, but doing so in a way that still is rights respecting is a really great point. I see we have another question in the room, so I'll pass it off. Just be mindful, we have 2 more minutes, but I think that's enough to take one more.
I'll try to be fast. My name is Alexander Isavnin. I'm from Moscow University. And for the record, for the purposes of Russian law enforcement, I don't know who organized this session. I would like to tell that Russia has the most advanced internet regulations. Since 2011, Russia has started protecting children. From suicides, for drugs, from LGBT propaganda, but we definitely don't know how effective this is. So answering Ali's questions, that what should we do? We should measure possible impact in the countries where such regulation exists and spread the word. Because such protections are ineffective, Russian regulations have a lot of ways by spiral extending amount of content to be blocked, amount of information to be surveilled from the citizens. And actually, at the last year, we have sovereign internet regulation, and addition, bulk wiretapping and snooping on citizens. But as I checked freedom on the net pages, I see that there is no changes in an index of Russian federations from 2012 to 2021. That's a zero change, while we have regulations related to fake news, related to COVID protection, and regulation related to sovereign internet. The same is only 1 point change in ranking 2019-2012. So I think that the organization, I don't know name,
of this organization and who are they who works on freedom on the net should be more careful in creating its own index. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your comment. We, we take our research very seriously and making sure that we're properly vetting all the information. And I think, it's great sort of report online there that you can read. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me and we can carry the conversation more forward. Happy to chat further on that. We are now out of time. I just want to thank Gurkan and Bruna again for joining me today in the conversation, and everyone for listening in. This has been great. And I hope everyone has a lovely end of the IGF season and a great weekend. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ali.